took it a second to actually start streaming this time, so that's mildly concerning. Hopefully everything is fine. We'll see. Doesn't seem to particularly like this title screen much, so we'll see how it goes. So, those of you that have been around for a bit, specifically from the time I was doing Next Fest demos, will remember this game, because I did it during that whole set. And I had, of course, at the time said I was excited about getting to play this. And that remains true. But as I said in the tweet, and as I have said on numerous other occasions, I am cautious about how this is gonna go. Because Souls-likes and I are oil and water sometimes. I like the idea of them, but more often than not, certain aspects of their design tend not to play well with me. Because they tend to be very against you having fun until you really, really understand it on a deep level. And as someone who bounces from game to game a lot, that doesn't really mesh with me. So let's get into it and we'll see how the full version plays. I did a bit of a test with the current version just to make sure everything ran properly. That's why there's a save currently. It did not keep my demo save, but it's also a different launcher running it, so it may just not recognize the save because of that as well.
Can you hear me?
Relatively. Do let me know if the audio is good, because I fiddled with it a bunch, but some of it seems to still have an interesting balance.
We need your help.
Gotta get up and do stuff. Gotta go save people from themselves. Lots of spare parts laying around. That's probably not ideal.
There you are. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, I've been sitting in that chair the whole time, so you haven't been looking that hard. Snag that.
I see they got Jiminy too. But we have to hurry. My name is Sophia. Please come to Hotel Krat, and I'll explain what's happening.
Well, that would make one
Jiminy,
person.
please escort him to the hotel.
So now we got our lamp, so we can actually see. We've also got Jiminy, who will be guiding us occasionally. Yeah, this is how you access some of your items. Other items will be accessible through your belt. Depends on what the item is. Just for example's sake, you got all of that there. The one on the right, I believe, is your death reset item. There we go. That turns the lantern on, and turns the lantern off. We don't have a weapon yet, so I can't do the weapon durability bit.
Let's get you out of there. Find something that might help.
Now, I was originally considering running a poll as to which starting path we were going to take.
But the streets are not safe. Arm yourself with one of the weapons over there. It'll be helpful on your way to the hotel.
But in the end, I did the demo with the Path of the Bastard, and I tried out Path of the Sweeper when I was doing my test a few minutes ago. So I think I'll take Path of the Cricket, because if you look at the stats, you'll notice Path of the Cricket is very balanced, but the overall numbers really make it seem like Path of the Cricket is the best off at the start. Unless you have a path you really want to be taking. Because it covers the disadvantages that the Path of the Sweeper has quite nicely, while only just barely being behind it in terms of attack and defense. You do suffer in weight limit a lot. But your stamina's not too bad, your health isn't as low as on the Path of the Bastard. Your stats are nice and even, so you can kind of go wherever you want, which is how I usually do things anyway. I prefer the, like, mixed style, rather than dedicating one way or the other. And when I tested Path of the Sweeper, being significantly stronger did not seem like it was a straight damage advantage compared to some Souls games. Because some Souls-like strength builds just do out-and-out way more damage, especially early on, so it just makes it feel like the other builds are kind of bad. I don't know how well this weapon will play for us, but I figure being nice and in the middle will allow us to flex to whatever I end up wanting to try, rather than being pigeonholed into one path or the other. So we'll go with that.
Destination Hotel Quad. Recommend escaping from this location.
And it's also worth noting that to finish my thought from before, basically, I was originally going to run a poll either on Twitter before playing the game at all to see which path people wanted me to take at the start, or run a poll when we got started, having forgotten that this path choice is literally right here at the beginning, so there wasn't going to be a way for enough people to be here for an in-run poll to matter. Yeah, because for example, the sweeper weapon killed that in 2 hits. This killed it in more or less 2 hits. It took a portion of the damage from a 3rd hit to kill, but the same time to kill either way. And that is your parrying. For those wondering, if you get that perfect guard spark there, that's the equivalent, as far as I can tell, outside of special abilities. This is our healing. We're gonna need that. Use a pulse cell to recover HP. There's a maximum number of times pulse cells can be used. When you reach the maximum, the cell will be discharged. If you attack enemies while the cell is discharged, pulse cell will gradually recharge. That is incredibly helpful for a game like this. Pratt Grand Exhibition 18XX. I didn't get to read that all because it didn't stay on screen. Witness the greatest show on Earth. Experience the future of the world. Future. Anyway, as you can see by the controls on screen, I am using mouse and keyboard right now. If I need to, I might swap the controller. But we did the entire demo with mouse and keyboard just fine. So I feel like we'll be okay. I also played most of the Souls games as far as I did with mouse and keyboard. It's just gonna be a little weird having Shift B block. That's the one thing that's kind of catching me with this one at the moment. Which I feel like they changed the key binding slightly between the demo and now, but I might be remembering wrong, considering the demo was half a year ago at this point, I think. Something like that. Oh yeah, and to explain the weapon durability thing right quick, just gotta quickly sharpen it back up with your elbow. Is your elbow, for some reason, is a good enough grinder to sharpen blades with? Don't question it. We are a puppet, after all. this is what I was talking about before. You can block enemy attacks by guarding. If your guard is successful, your character will take reduced damage but will consume stamina. The reduced damage will be transferred to Guard Regain. Guard Regain accumulates but gradually decreases over time. While you have Guard Regain, you can attack enemies to recover HP. If a guard succeeds right before being hit, it triggers a Perfect Guard. When a Perfect Guard is successful, you will not receive damage. Only stamina is consumed. You can use Perfect Guards to destroy an enemy's weapon or put an enemy in staggerable status. For those that didn't notice, when I Perfect Guarded the stop sign guy, the stop sign portion of his weapon broke off. He didn't have a sign anymore, he just had a stick. It makes them fight a little bit differently. I screwed up. I want to demonstrate the Perfect Guard again if I can. These guys attack so weird that it's kind of hard to time. Ah, to hell with it. I can't afford to sit here and play with him right now. But as you can see, using your heal is reasonably quick, so it's not too bad. Right on that score. And he's just gonna hang out here now. He's just having a great time. I keep reflexively touching shift, trying to run. Sneaky bugger. Grab me some thermite. Hang on. Seems to still be running a little rough. I don't know if this does anything good for me or if it matters, so I'm just going to turn it off. See if it makes things run a little smoother. Because as many companies love to do, they left no explanation of what any of those settings mean anywhere. Now, I was screwing this up earlier today, so we'll see if I can actually get these fatal attacks to work. Nope. I think I was standing just like a tiny bit too far away again. So far, I'm enjoying this saber, though. The spinning is fun. If anyone finds this note, get out of the station and run. Be sure to steer clear of the waiting room. I saw a huge puppet smashing people to death in there. I locked the door, but I don't know if that'll work. At least it should stop people from randomly coming in. I'm gonna die soon, so I want to help you even if it's not much. Please survive. Anyone. So yeah, things have been going great around here. The puppets have gone mad, and everybody's just having a hell of a time compensating for that. Probably because everybody's so used to them being around by now. There's not like a different... Oh, there we go. There is a different symbol, you just have to be really, really close. You'll notice my dodge was slightly different there as well. I think walking mode actually makes your dodge change a little. Or is it just... Yeah, because... We had that, like, little side hop. Or was it the lock-on that did it? Might be the lock-on that did it. I don't know. This had kind of like a slide instead of a roll. And honestly, in some cases, I would definitely prefer that slide. Need to figure out how to keep that going automatically. Chamber of Machina Workshop, ergo is life. Aut VM, NVM, aut facium. Now's our first real challenge. First, lock device. There are doors and ladders all through Krat that are locked by devices. You can unlock these doors or go down the ladders to create shortcuts. Another Fable Catalyst. Just punch that lock out of there. And that brings us back into the main room we walked into after waking up. And getting off the train station floor. And our first real challenge is our Bobby boy over here, who wants to pummel people. Now, I don't know what my Shift F does, so I'm probably not going to worry about using that right now. Right, he does 3. As you can see, he hits quite hard. I thought I could dodge through that and get a hit in. I was a little too slow. We are gonna lose this first go-around with him. I gotta remember his pattern again, and it's gonna take me a try or two. Because unfortunately, at the start, you are quite fragile. I went up to that fight and fought him once half-heartedly with the sweeper. And let me tell you, it didn't go that much better. I've been frequently told that I'm not methodical enough for this kind of game, and I can't disagree with that statement, necessarily. Because I definitely die to trying to rush on a regular basis. But it's also just a fair statement to make that a lot of things in these kind of games also just take way more damage than is reasonable. Unless you have the right setup to just rush through them. Which goes back to that knowledge statement from before with this style of game. And there's nothing wrong with that, just... Again, one of the facets that doesn't mesh particularly perfectly with me. And again, not every game has to work for everybody. I seem to recall having a decent enough time getting past this guy in the demo, so I'm wondering if I'm just doing something wrong today. So I think it took me a try or two to get past him in the demo, too. Really need you to not be doing that right now, game. But we may as well discuss this now. Fable Arts. F to use Blade Fable Arts, while guarding, press F to use Handle Fable Arts. Because you can combine your blades and handles, as it says there. Weapons have distinct blades and handles that each have their own Fable Art. Fable Arts use up Fable slots, and different Fable Arts use a different number of slots. Charge Fable slots by attacking enemies with weapons. But thanks to that, I ended up getting hit. Okay, so my Fable Art is spin like an idiot. Got it. There we go. Just had to sit here and block him instead of trying to dodge or do anything more interesting than that. While you're attacking, a white outline will appear around an enemy's HP bar. When this happens, you can make the enemy staggered with a charge attack or with Fable Arts. Okay, he wasn't actually vulnerable, though. There we go. Fatal attack. Fatal attack, face a staggered enemy, press left mouse. Fatal attack can be performed on staggered enemies. If successful, it can inflict heavy damage. There we go. I seem to recall that we beat him with brute force last time, so I'm kind of happy to have actually gotten the fancy kill this time. Can I have your coat? No? Okay. He gave me a key and something else, though. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, you can throw these sawtooth wheels. Kind of like the throwing knives from some of the other games, though they're not especially powerful from what I know. I never actually, like, tried much. Oh wait, did I throw the thermite on him when we beat him last time? That might be it. After the puppet frenzy, people began to fashion weapons of resistance in their desperation. Many throwable weapons were manufactured, and these exhibited excellent results against their marching enemies. Yeah, there's the note. This is the key we got to get us into the main area. Oh, this was the other thing we picked up. The Workshop Union lightweight frame. Can I equip that right now? It is heavier. Ironically enough for being the lightweight frame. You would think that it would be lighter than the basic frame, but it's heavier. I can move it to equipment. Does that mean... Ah. I equip it from this screen. Right. There we go. We don't have any other Legion arms yet, and we don't have any other weapon parts. We've got a converter, a cartridge, a liner, our arm, a weapon, and an amulet. 2 amulets. Interesting that we can wear 2 amulets. Pinocchio got that bling, I guess. You can also get costumes. I don't know how you get costumes. It might be that they intend to do that as DLC. Might be, like, pre-order bonuses. Probably would go in there. Yeah, that's our first real fight out of the way. Relatively real. Because he is the only thing so far that has been a threat. You know, in typical Souls game tradition, that's not a real fight. That's just your first fight that can kill you. Without you making horrible mistakes. Now we can open the big door. And go on with the game proper. Out into the rain and the ruins of Krat. And gain our ability to level up. Stargazer activated. Use the Stargazer for fully recovering HP and stamina as well as charging your pulse cells. You'll be revived at this point in case of death. Remember, this process also revives enemies, not just your character.
This is called a Stargazer. A marvelous device the Stalkers used in the past.
Stalkers.
Puppet threshold exceeds danger estimates. Please reduce puppet numbers or reset danger parameters.
As we are not strong enough to beat the puppets. But if I lend my power to this Stargazer for a moment. Gather ergo, clever one. This Stargazer will make you stronger. But the Stargazer's strength doesn't last forever. So be careful with it. Hurry up and come to Hotel Krat.
Now, I need to remember what these stats do. Advance makes our Legion better and raises our non-physical defenses. Okay. technique is... Did we agree that... Was it technique or motivity that we agreed was basically this game's dexterity? Is vigor, I think? No, vigor was stamina. Vitality's obvious. This... I'll be honest, I already don't remember. And I don't see a button for help or anything to tell me what any of these mean. Like, obviously, our weapon scales off of motivity and technique. So one of the two is strength, one of the two is dexterity in the terms of this game. I guess motivity then would be the strength equivalent and technique is dexterity then? So I could have swore we had higher technique when we were on the Path of the Bastard. But we also had a lot of vigor for stamina on that path. Whereas our vitality was kind of terrible. Which right now our stamina is not great, so we might want to address that a little bit. Capacity is also a valid question mark, but we don't really need to worry about that right now. I could always just raise both motivity and technique evenly for right now, since both of them scale with our weapon as it currently is. And that still leaves us in the position to pivot to whichever weapon we want to use later. I like that idea. We'll go with that. Since both of these scale evenly with both. We're just becoming across the board stronger. That horse has been there a while. Hello, Jeeves. Could you not? You'll notice that blocking is relatively inefficient with our current setup, because we don't get back all the health we lose even when we block. He's alive. Also a dog. Okay, good. I got him without getting the dog. Nope. There was a delay at the end of his swing. Ah, well. Just take it out quick. Don't let it do anything. There are some concerning bits to these bodies, though. Like, specifically that tube next to the leg there. It's very flesh-colored and meaty-looking, and I don't like it. Well, not flesh-colored. It was more, like, innard-colored. And that's honestly worse. Also, same robot. Same. One that's just kind of sitting there like, man, this sucks. I concur. And this is gonna suck more. Now you'll notice I used the same button for my charge attack without actually using the charge. That's because you can either do a tap or a hold with your heavy attacks. The hold being the charge attack shown there. Are you the one I beat up already? No, you are not. There we go. Just cleaning up this area so I don't get a surprise later. Looks like I can charge mid-heavy combo as well, because it looked like I delayed that second swing unintentionally. Karat Times issue 183. The Karat Grand Exhibit has been delayed. This decision was made to protect the citizens until the puppet frenzy that has recently paralyzed the city is under control. The occurrence began on Rosa Isabella Street, resulting in hundreds of casualties. While the cause is still unknown, the number of casualties and the scale of damage are both growing. As the crisis dragged on, the workshop in the Benigni Company, Krat's biggest puppet factory, announced that they would offer emergency supplies to citizens and do everything they could to alleviate the situation. A task force is investigating the possibility of a fatal loss of the Grand Covenant, which is the control protocol of the workshop's puppets. However, there is no quick solution as of now, with the puppet frenzy resulting in more casualties. As the city braces for a resurgence of the petrification disease, the citizens were advised to stay indoors for their safety. However, many citizens are trying to escape through Krat Central Station, intensifying the general chaos. Yeah, that sounds about right. Does seem to be running a little iffy still, so I might do a bit of tinkering before we go too awful far. I am very surprised that the other guy didn't activate. That's why I didn't go for the fatal attack, because I was worried I was going to be stuck in place for too long and they were going to get into a position to ruin my day if I went for it. And then I misjudged the range on my charge, which also didn't work out. What I'm trying to say is everything worked out for the best. I should sharpen my sword again. Whoa. I always end up thinking that those sawtooth wheels are what we need to use the grinder, but as far as I can tell, the grinder's infinite. Should probably also look at what my sword actually does. Concentrate. Okay. Increase attack temporarily. Okay. So it's not a defensive move. I should just use it occasionally. Yeah, that's a decent amount of increased damage. Not like a ton, but a bit. Beep. So that didn't work. It's having a little bit of a time, which is interesting because we didn't have these problems with the demo. Doesn't look like the encoder is overloaded at all, at least, and it doesn't look like any frames have dropped. So it's just on my side that it's running a little eh. So let's fiddle here right quick. Can anything go lower? Nope. Short of me actually digging in and changing things otherwise, that is going to be what it'll be. I'm going to leave it at max 60 because occasionally it will reach that. It looks like changing the visibility smoothed that out. It's not like we were going to be able to see farther than this anyway. So it not having to render that is fine. It's probably the visibility thing that was different between the demo and now. Though I did see that they were saying that they had used a Novo DRM, which is not ideal. And if you're wondering why we look like we're covered in turd, it's because we're covered in oil. Because these are all puppets, remember. These aren't people. They're machines. Thankfully, the rain washes that all off shockingly well. Surprise dog. Whoosh. Motherfucker, whoosh. Well, that was something. Fury attack. Some enemies become red and use a strong attack called a Fury attack. You can't dodge or guard Fury attacks, but you can counter with a perfect guard. Well, they say you can't dodge it. They just mean that your iframes don't work against it. So you need to make sure to be out of the way or get the perfect guard. The wrong button again. Okay. That wasn't ideal, but we got through it. We do have a full charge of our blade again. I think it's a good thing I did change the visibility, because boy oh boy is it having a little bit of a moment with that cliffside. Oh no, the headless butler wants me dead. Well, that almost went poorly. I mean, it did go poorly, but you know what I mean. Come here, dog chow. I hit the damn wall. Okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It is still running a little funky. Not a fan of that. I'm gonna try giving this a bump down. We'll go down to 16:9. It should still look fine for you guys. It just means anytime I have to click away, it's gonna get a little mad at me. We'll see how this plays from here. Oh, right. It's now made the other monitor angry, though. Well, it'll be fine. Not hiding anything I need to worry about. Yeah, I think it'll only charge once your pulse cell is empty. Which is the other reason why I just went ahead and burnt it. I don't know if there's any good ways of charging it quickly, and I don't want to know. We'll figure it out as we go. So, actually, in some ways, I think it won't actually matter.
The raid puppet is blocking the entrance, and that's the only way in.
Of course, you chose now to pipe up.
Please, be careful.
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter, actually, now that I think about it, that I have it in full screen now, because I was having to tab out to get the game to let me have mouse control anyway. So it's probably completely fine that I have to have it in full screen for it to run smoother. So it is bothering me that it's running worse than the demo did. And I think I know why, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. Because it's not a thing on their side, it's a thing on my side. Yeah, that's good. Good confirmation. How you doing now? I am definitely running on a weaker machine than I arguably should be to be streaming this, but it'll work. And it's not like I got the budget to do better. So we will make do with what we got. Hopefully it isn't unwatchable. Because it doesn't feel bad, but I do notice a little bit of hitching and weirdness here and there. I'm doing alright. I'm happy to finally be able to properly play this, since the demo was quite good. Just a matter of getting it to behave itself. Setting up today was a little bit of a rush job because of when this became fully available. Just cleaning all these guys out. Yeah, it was doing that on my end as well. That was just what it was doing. And I've kind of gotten used to that happening with some of these on this setup, just because this setup is old. It just doesn't like some things. But I'm glad it's not doing that stutter as much or as badly, now that the resolution's been kicked down a step. Yes, there's a gunner up there. I'll deal with him in a moment. And I do definitely feel like I have better control now that I made that change. This is running just that tiny bit quicker. Now, there's where the door I opened was. We got here a lot quicker than I thought we would, though, and that's not ideal. I'll get into why that's not ideal here in a minute. But it's definitely gonna lead into why I was saying I am very concerned about getting destroyed. Is we found a boss fight. Grab this before I talk to him.
Hello there. Welcome to Krat, visitor. I didn't think there were any stalkers left to fight the puppets. You didn't hear? Figures. The whole organization fell apart. All that's left are wannabes and amateurs who think they can fight on their own. You ought to buy something while you're at the festival. You can't rely on yourself alone. Out here alone? You could use some help. Here's a festival gift for you. Now get yourself something useful.
Let's see what he's got. He's got the Great Sword of Fate, the Puppet Saber, and the Wintry Rapier. Basically, all 3 starting weapons are here available to you at this point in the game, which is good. And yeah, this confirms for me that Motivity was strength, like I was remembering it to be, because the Great Sword scales better with Motivity. Saber, of course, scales with both, and the Rapier scales with Technique. I want to say we want some of these Electric Blitz abrasives. I want to say that we're going to be going into is weak to it, but I don't remember. I am going to buy both the weapons because you can mix and match parts, and we might be able to make these useful to us. I don't think we can do it here, though. No, we can only use the whole weapons. We can't actually swap. I don't think, anyway. Oh, we can disassemble on these. But I don't know if that means we can disassemble here or not. Also, if that quote-unquote music going on is jarring, don't worry, that's supposed to be. It's supposed to sound horrific, because it is. Guard Parry could be very useful to have on hand, and we have equal motivity and technique. So it's not like it'll scale poorly for us. And this is the weapon I used when we fought this thing before, though. So I could try the Great Sword of Fate again. Because again, we have equal scaling on both ends. So it would still be doing just fine. Okay, so you use each slot to slash each time. Okay. Yeah. That's why I have it kind of low. Is because I knew that was going to be coming up, and it sounds horrific. You'll notice it gets louder when we go up there. That's because that's where it is, and we'll deal with that in a moment. Introducing the Puppet Parade. Here appears a terrific puppet that will enliven the parade. Introducing Parade Master, a remarkable parade puppet model from the workshop to celebrate the grand exhibition. Hello there, I'm the Puppet Master. I like singing and marching with people. But the Parade Master has the following functions: 16 jolly songs, cheerful laughter, and 54 parade phrases. Parade dances to delight children. The strength to carry 6 men on his shoulders. This Parade Master was made big in commemoration of the grand exhibition. Check out its charms on the eve of the upcoming exhibition. Yeah, they sure made it big. Oh, they made it big. So, to explain my trepidation, let's just go up here and I'll show you guys why this can be a problem. Just punch that door on open. All of the festival decorations abandoned here. And the music's gone, thank God. But here is the Parade Master himself. As you can see, he's a real big boy. Either I'm doing more damage than last time, or they made him a little bit more reasonable. Because I definitely feel like we've already made faster progress than I did when we were doing the demo. And I'm not even using the shock blitz stuff yet. Mostly because I forgot to put it on the bar. I keep falling for that, which does not help. I keep thinking that's gonna be a slam, which doesn't help either. Thought I was gonna be out of range of that. Boy, was I wrong. Okay, we're past the first bit. Unfortunately, I died right as I recharged our pulse cell. This fight is not supposed to be that hard, I don't think. I just have a really bad time with it. Because I get just that tiny bit too greedy. If you die in a boss battle, Death Ergo is created at the entrance to the boss arena. Which is a very nice thing they did for you. You get to get your stuff back without having to enter the arena. It's a very kind move on their part. So if you go in there without realizing you're going to be getting into a boss fight and get your ass kicked, well, yeah. But those are actually pretty readily available in most games like this, if you know where to look. A lot of them have shops that, or at the very least places you can find them pretty early on. But yeah, to have them buyable right here is helpful. I don't remember if this is actually effective against him, but it can't hurt. The only problem is, applying it isn't the best. What's up, Jay? How you doing? Welcome to me getting beat up by a horrifying parade clown. Oh, it's lied to me a lot already. It lied to me saying I was going to have fun. I'm kidding, of course. I am actually having fun. But either way, go ahead and just slap that on there ahead of time, because it takes a little bit to use. And let's get this party started. I keep getting in trouble because of the reach of this saber, too. I keep thinking I can reach further than I do. Which means I'm wasting attacks left and right. That was just pure greed on my part. Okay, that worked. Got back to the same point we were at before, quicker. The electricity wore off because, unfortunately, there's just not enough time where you can really sit there and apply those attacks to him without taking a lot of risks. It would have been great, Pinocchio, if you just turned around. Oh, for fuck's sake. I really need to remember to turn those off at some point. Is for those wondering, that was, yes, another one of those stupid YouTube notifications that loves to pop up because Windows is integrated with it for some dumb reason. And turning it off doesn't always get it to stay off, for reasons. Which is infuriating. Because, for some reason, I was also able to click on it over the game, somehow. While full screened. Great designs of Windows, yeah. Let's not use it quite yet this time. Because we wasted a lot of time walking up last time. Let's bait him into a long move. I keep hitting the wrong button, which doesn't help. My dodge range is atrocious compared to his reach. Which I know is intended, but I still don't like it. Like, I feel like I have to dodge multiple times to have a prayer of getting out of his range. Probably better just to sprint away rather than trying to actually use the dodge. Of course, that's the problem with trying to use the sprint, is if you then need to dodge, he jumps like an idiot. Because it's the same button. Yeah, sure, let's not have my guard count on that at all. Why not? This is a good time to remind everybody, I never claimed to be good at this. Yeah, now he's gonna get mad. This is phase 2. He rips his head off and tries to beat us to death with it as a mace. The delay on that was awful. This is bad. Yep. The worst part is, I know exactly what went wrong, but at that exact moment, there was nothing I could do about it. Because what went wrong was I was stuck in the very end of my animation. The problem is, I can't cancel out of that animation. So I just get to watch as my head is caved in. And this is why I tend to get frustrated with this type of game, though, is because you can know for all of the world what you've done wrong, and many times it will be the case where you can know it as much as you want, but until you finally get it completely down perfectly, you're going to just continue to suffer anyway. And that's not a bad design, but it's a design that can lead to great frustration. And I don't think changing to one of these weapons is going to help us in this situation particularly. I could switch to the greatsword, but it would not actually do that much more damage for us specifically, but we would gain 15% more damage reduction on our guard, which would make guarding a little bit more worthwhile. The problem is, swinging it would be slower. Oh, that's not good. Bitrate just went. Hang on. What's going on? I didn't drop any frames. Hmm. Can y'all still hear me? Because OBS is convinced we're still online fine, but my dashboard's telling me I'm offline. Well, I should say, Twitch is still saying I'm live, but my bitrate is telling me I'm offline. I can't get anything to agree on what's going on. Needless to say, I'm kind of confused right now. I think I'm just going to press on for the second and hope things work themselves out, because I don't know what else to do with a situation like this.
Out here alone? You could use...
Just somebody let me know if you can or cannot hear or see anything. Okay, then just my dashboard is having a fit. Okay. Because, like I said, the dashboard is telling me everything has gone horribly wrong, and I'm like, as far as I can tell, it hasn't. Like, the dashboard's just having a complete meltdown right now. Which is not the first time that's happened. There have been many a time where Twitch just is falling apart for reasons. Which is why I was referring back to the OBS screen to make sure whether things were actually functional or not. I'm just clearing out a few of these guys to get a little bit more money to get more of those electric abrasives. Because I could use my consumables to have the money for it, but I'd rather hang on to those. Just for the time being. Yeah, part of the fear was that the stream had ended up disconnecting because of something being overloaded or anything of that nature. Because it wouldn't be the first time that that's happened with this system. But I'm glad things are still holding together at the moment. As long as that continues, that's grand. You'll notice, by the way, that the music didn't come back. Now that we've encountered that boss the first time, we don't have to hear that awful cacophony of music anymore.
Out here alone?
There we go. This way we have 2 abrasives. They don't seem to make us do, like, incredibly higher damage, but every little bit will help. It might be worth my while to pop the abrasive and then throw the Storm Slash at him and hope for the best. That definitely worked. It might just be that I've been wasting my time using my light attacks on him at all. Because these are actually making an impact. Considering we're already back to this phase. Of course, you know, there's the risk of him hitting me back, but... And of course, you know, for a big guy, he's also ridiculously quick sometimes. Like, this is definitely what I would call a fight that's designed more about blocking than about dodging. But my reflexes will always try to make me dodge, because that's just what I've always done. So I always have this awful adaptation period with this kind of game. And, you know, there's also those lovely times when your input does nothing. This went from going so well to just, like, out the window immediately. Because I just can't get a word in edgewise when he's in mace mode. The second I make any move, I get punished for it. I don't know what to do with that part yet. Well, it's not even that. Because I haven't played a Dark Souls in 3+ years? It's more a matter of most games encourage dodging over blocking. Because blocking tends to have a cost, whereas dodges are free. Aside from maybe a little bit of stamina. And in most games, every build can use a dodge and have it be reasonably effective, whereas blocking tends to need you to work into it for a block to be effective. But there are games that are designed primarily around you blocking, and you get punished otherwise. And that's where the split point starts happening. And even without taking games of this genre into account at all, I've always preferred dodging. That's just the style I prefer. Because I am primarily a mobile fighter. The problem is, games like this don't really let you be mobile. They're not built for you to be mobile. I mean, hell, even things like Dark Souls didn't really want you being mobile that much. But it at least worked. Here, you do have iframes, but it really does not seem like you have very many at all. And this guy in particular seems to be built about punishing any of that. Because, like, see, there were iframes clearly there, considering I dodged that. And for those wondering, I'm saving the power-up this time, because I'm trying to learn without continuing to waste our resources. But you'll notice, I took a lot less damage by just sitting here and blocking all of what he does. But it's a habit change I need to make. I also just really don't like the fact that I'm constantly bleeding health by blocking. Damn it! It still read the shift input, so I ended up using the attack boost instead, which is not what I wanted! I don't know if it's because it's not running right on my machine, or if there's an extra... Oh, yeah. Which I don't have a problem with those, because they don't come out that much. And there's plenty of warning on those, so I feel like those are fair. But, like, when he starts going to town with that mace is when I really start to have a problem, because it's hard to get a word in edgewise unless you start blocking, because if you're dodging those attacks, you're usually forced out of your range to get away from him enough that you can actually not get caught on the backswing on a dodge. It doesn't help, though, that I keep not realizing what part of the pattern that attack's in and leaving myself very vulnerable when it happens to come out sometimes. Because, you know, the reflex for me is also to try to keep the fight moving forward. It probably would, like, as you see right there. The thing is, that's a level of timing I ain't gonna be able to do on call right now. Like, it's absolutely designed for perfect parrying to be your advantage in fights like this. That's obvious from the way they've made this fight. And I can do some of it, but some attacks just have such a timing that I just can't read it. And a perfect parry won't save me poorly timing an attack, either. But that one is, of course, my own fault. I wouldn't blame the game for my own bad timing. Okay, we did actually get him to stagger, though, so there's that benefit for us. Okay, we might have something here this time. I wish I actually had bought another one of those charges. Because that's the advantage to perfect parrying, is it does make them stagger quicker the more you manage to perfect parry. And it's good to know that that applies to bosses, too. Like, look how aggressive he gets at this point. Hey, Xeno. Don't mind me, just having a bit of a go here. Ow. I cannot figure out how to get a hit in there without just getting immediately hit back. Because, like, my only move would be to, like, tap him with a light attack, and we'll be here all day if I do it that way. That seems to basically be the only play against this phase of the fight, because he just keeps going. We would have won that if I had actually had another one of those spark charges on me, though. Because we would have been able to increase our damage enough that we would have pushed through that health bar. Let's grab our little bit of money back. Now I think I know what I need to do. I just need to actually make it happen. Which is a whole other animal. want to have 2 of those consumables on hand. But how you doing, Xeno? Yeah, the situations like this are exactly why I put the swearing warning up. Because I know I'm gonna get frustrated. And I have a bad tendency to start swearing a bit more than I should once I get too frustrated. So it's just a fair warning to put up. Great camera angle, game. Thanks for that. Glad you're doing okay, Xeno. God damn it. Like, I'm glad there's such a easy read on those heavy attacks, but god, do I wish there wasn't as much of a delay on them, because I keep thinking they come out just a little bit quicker than they actually do, and it actually screws me up more than if they were quick. So I've had this conversation numerous times. I'm actually better at blocking fast attacks, because I don't sit here and overthink the attack. I go, oh, that's coming my way. I need to stop it now. Okay, let's pop. And no, we don't have enough charge yet to do this, the sword spin. Okay, health bar is white. Got him. Good hits. Hit him with this too. There we go. In the time it'll take him to finish having his tantrum, let's see if we can get some work done here. Nice. Now we just need to not get immediately counter-killed. You'll notice his health going back up, too. Back to the limits of that meter. Or section there. Got him. That's all I needed to do. I just needed to hit him hard enough. Because the longer I'm in that fight, the more likely I am to make a mistake. Just pushing through is usually my answer to those kind of fights. And that's why I was saying, I don't think this is meant to be that hard a fight, because he's clearly not actually that durable. It's just hard to get your correct swings in there in between his attacks. Whew. I can't level up here anymore. Huh. Interesting. I also didn't actually read that thing about the ergo. I should have, but brain was lost for a second. I wanted to just go touch a thing. Ergo obtained from the Parade Master. It is packed with immense power. A treasure hunter may want this rare ergo. Although the entire audience disappeared in a pool of blood, the Parade Master was cheerful. As long as there's a king, the show must go on. We could use it for 5,000, but I'm more interested in turning it in... Ah, there we go. A colorful, tiny ergo fragment. It activates a special ability when equipped to the P organ. There's a special kind of ergo with a different color and vibration. The workshop uses this gem to bring out Puppet's different abilities. So we can get a different ability, I guess, when we combine that with our generator? At least I assume that's what it would be. I don't know. For now, let's just move forward and find out what happens. This is now already officially farther than I've gotten before, because, as we all know in the demo, I got bodied by that thing, and then the time for the demo, at least for that stream, ended. So now, new territory. Hooray!
Cannot enter. Energy depleted.
Well, he was still relatively coherent. Hotel Krat, the greatest luxury you'll ever Why do they only last long enough for me to read half of it? Treat yourself to an unforgettable day. Like, it literally does not last long enough for somebody reading it out loud.
The hotel's security excludes puppets like you. So you'll have to lie to get inside. You're a special puppet after all.
So what you're saying is I should, like, you know, get a longer sleeve to cover this mechanical arm so people don't notice it? That's probably helpful. You know, of course, lying will be important to this. Before we go to the door and lie to the people to get inside, let's clean up out here first. Hidden Moonstone. Okay. Well, looks like there's nothing else left.
To the sanctuary of the Grand Covenant. Prove your identity. Who are you?
I presume that it will be important for us to say this.
Fourth law. A puppet cannot lie. Welcome to Hotel Krat.
Yeah, you know, that's a point. I guess that would be the easy proof of whether I'm a puppet or not, huh? If puppets cannot lie. But I can. Though the your springs are reacting thing makes me a little worried that there's gonna be consequences to me lying. Which, considering this is designed after Pinocchio, it's kind of expected. Hey, look, we finally got to see the title drop, though. Maybe now we'll actually get to know some about what's going on. There's a boat. There's people on the boat. Though this one's smaller. They found blue stuff. They put blue stuff in puppets. And the puppets started moving and doing stuff. Then a boom of technology happened because the puppets are good at their job. People didn't need to do hard labor anymore because giant puppets were made. Need to haul big boxes. I'm just not going to comment on that one. And then the puppets started going crazy and killing people. The good old standard of you make machines too good, and then the machines turn on you. There's the Parade Master, with a cage full of bodies instead of the empty cage we saw him with. Yeah, they sure did stop. And there's us, just chilling in that chair. Activated by the butterfly. I feel like that could have been before we stood up, and it still would have had the same impact. Yeah, exactly. It's quite the choice to just jam it in a human-shaped thing and see what happens.
I'm so happy to see you.
We'll see how long that
I'm
lasts.
Sophia. I've been waiting for you. Searched all over the city of Krat to find you. You must have questions. Geppetto will have answers. But we have to find him first.
Wasn't that
He
always
was
the way?
last seen on Elysian Boulevard. All of Krat is dangerous for humans. And that neighborhood is one of the scariest.
Of course it is.
Please find Geppetto on Elysian Boulevard. I'll explain more once you find him.
You keep moving the goalposts of explaining anything to me. I can't help but notice that you said you were going to explain everything when I got here. Now you'll explain everything when I go find Geppetto. Could you explain literally anything before I go over there? No? Okay. Stamina was proving to be a problem in that fight, so we'll go ahead and raise our stamina up.
Look at Gemini. I think he's in shock.
Gemini is fine.
That's proof you're broken. The real Gemini isn't so calm. I'm no inventor, but perhaps I can fix him. Or perhaps he'll fix himself in time. Wait, take this pocket watch. Krat is a labyrinth of peril right now. This watch will guide you to a safe place.
Okay.
Be careful, clever one.
So wait, is it a watch or a compass? Power of the watch turns back time to when the boy was in peak condition. Huh.
I'll
Okay.
use my power to help you.
I would rather talk to you. Tell me about literally any of this, rather than just kicking me off again.
Ergo is the miracle that made Krat prosper. Without Ergo, there would be no automated puppets to make Krat wealthy. When you move, you tap into the power of Ergo within you. Gather more Ergo. It will make you stronger.
That told me a lot and nothing at the same time, thanks. Appreciate that.
In the folklore of Krat, a cricket often acts as a guide. That is why these automated models became popular. But Gemini is unique. He's more than just a guide. As you get more familiar with Gemini, you'll see what I mean.
Yes, I'm sure he'll be my conscience. Yes, yes. Gemini, cricket, and all that. Either that or she's actively avoiding telling me things, which makes me suspicious of her. Either way, I'm not exactly a fan of her so far. I feel like she's just using me to her own ends.
Unexpected guests are welcome. We don't insist on reservations. I am Antonia, and this is my hotel. Welcome.
The way your hand's moving...
I knew from the moment we met that you're Geppetto's puppet. He might have a few loose screws, but Geppetto's skills are undiminished. It's a shame. He took off for Elysian Boulevard. And he never came back. If he doesn't turn up soon, we'll have to make a new coffin. Oh, I forgot. I was keeping this for him. It comes with a long story. But I think it's better off with you. Please find that old man. And do take care of yourself out there.
Now wait. If it's such a problem for puppets to be in here, and you know I'm a puppet, why isn't this a problem? Or is it just the fact that since I'm a special puppet, it's okay? And I guess since I'm the only puppet that we know of to be safe from the frenzy, maybe I guess that makes it fine. Hotel Krat is one of the creepiest and most mysterious buildings. According to lore, Hotel Krat is an isolated castle built by an aristocrat devoted to a form of occultism after receiving a revelation from a radiant tree. At one point, it was used as a mental institution, and some patients said they saw hallucinations. However, no records remain as they were all destroyed in a large fire. Wow, all of that just sounds incredibly suspect, too. Okay, great. Great, love that. Above all, being so far underground just compounds the rumors. Some even said that it connects to an unknown hell. But now the rumors have served to embellish the charm of Hotel Krat, which has been renovated in the latest style. As the recent rumors of the Grand Exhibition Ghost Hotel spread, more customers are looking to stay at the hotel. The next is a comment from the hotel owner, Miss Antonia. Your ghost hotel? I've heard that more times than I can remember, but fortunately, our hotel guests are brave like lions. It's not a problem at all. Rating 4 out of 5, creepy and mystical, best resort in Krat. Reporter Medoro. This guide was made with the support of Venigi Company, a friend of the city. So you're saying that guide was paid for, so it's probably not honest. Which would, again, line up nicely with not wanting to trust Sophia. Considering Sophia has lied to us already. She has pushed us to lie. And has generally been unhelpful. The other side of that coin, though, is it may just be a matter of it would be an issue to get past the automated security. Is that wasn't a human's voice we were dealing with on our way in. And I don't know if lying to a machine counts. I mean, I guess in terms of the game it definitely does, considering our body reacted to the lie. Is it bad that I'm somewhat disappointed that our nose didn't actually in fact grow? Or did it? I can't actually tell. Great fortune to all visitors, rest for all travelers, blessings to all friends. It would be a very, very good little touch if they just made the nose not, like, actually get comedically big, just, like, tiny, tiny scale size increases. So you'd have to really pay attention and notice, but it would happen. And there's every possibility where it might actually. This looks like a place I will be spending a lot of time at. You have weapons and weapon parts. You are my best friend now.
I heard about you from Geppetto, but to see you in person... Wow. You should take this. Geppetto left it with me.
That's convenient. Left a lot of things behind. Ah! Ooh! We got a hookshot arm. Legion Arm. Legion Arm is a special equipment that is equipped on the left arm. Each Legion Arm has its own combat ability. Legion Arm can be modified into all sorts of forms. Modifications can be made using the Venigi craft machine.
sound of it alone. That craftsmanship comes only from the hands of Geppetto. You must be something else. A custom arm from Geppetto himself is quite an accessory.
I mean...
I forgot to introduce myself. I am Eugenie from the Workshop Union. I know my way around weapons of all kinds. I'm sure Master Geppetto would agree. If any of your weapons need work, bring them to me.
Just pointing at the cat that whole
I know my
time.
way around a weapon. Want me to look at something?
So we can upgrade weapons or alter handles. You can bring Eugenie cranks to alter weapon handles. Each handle's property upgrades based on your character's default abilities. You can change this property in grade one time with a handle alteration. However, you can always reset it with a balanced crank. Okay. Ah, so this is how you adjust scaling. Okay. It's nice to see that there's a relatively easy way to adjust a weapon to suit your purposes better. And this also means, presumably then, that the scaling is primarily based on the handle and not the blade. Which means you can use blades a little bit more freely. If you have a Moonstone, Eugenie can help you upgrade a weapon's blade. The weapon's attack power will increase when you upgrade the blade. Some blades can only be upgraded with a special Moonstone. I can't afford to upgrade any of these, and I'm not attached to any of these enough to upgrade them yet. Tell me things.
A stargazer is a survival device used by the Stalkers. It powers itself by accumulating and absorbing ergo spores in the air. The Stalkers installed stargazers all across the city. Once they're recovered, we can put them to use.
You keep talking about, like, the Stalkers have been mentioned in so many places so far, but nobody's really addressed who they are. Like, clearly they are a force for dealing with the puppets, but did they exist before the Puppet Frenzy? What is their, what did they have an actual purpose before that? Who knows?
If you want to test your skills or try new techniques, head for the garden. The Stalkers captured a puppet to use for training. Don't look at me like that. Everyone hates puppets. I know whose side you're on.
I mean, when you talk about using what is essentially my species as a punching bag, I feel like it's only fair to give you a look about that one. Guess I won't be spending as much time here as I thought, because I thought she would also sell weapon parts. Hello, cat. Friend? Cat does not like me. Cat probably doesn't like puppets. Sad. But I get the slight impression that she likes cats. Don't know where I get that idea from. That's what you get. I'm gonna kick all your bottles. The stool, however, is bolted to the ground. This is a mighty stool. Interesting that she's got some of the candelabras that the butler puppets were wielding as weapons as well. Some knives. I wonder if we can actually use a knife. Like, can I get a blade that's that small? Oh, this is the craft machine. Looked like a sewing machine, but sure. A Legion arm that can release a wire can be strung around an enemy to drag it towards you and move you towards it. Ah, okay. Looks like we can upgrade it to get these other abilities, probably. Enables dodging after a hit. Track an enemy. If you pull or wire trace an enemy and press and hold the Legion arm button, it will trigger a link attack. Okay. And the fact that these have attacks are why the advanced stat exists, so that you can make those better. Now wait a damn minute. This is clearly another puppet. Hey. Hey. God damn it. Maybe that was a gullibility test and we failed it by just doing what we were told to do.
Welcome to Hotel Krat. My name is Polendina, butler to Lady Antonia. Please let me know how I may be of service. At Hotel Krat, comfort and calm walk hand in hand. Welcome to Hotel Krat. How may I be of service?
Now wait, here's another question though. If every puppet in the city's gone frenzied, why isn't he affected? Like, clearly, we're not affected for plot reasons. But why isn't he? I guess for shopkeeper reasons.
The Grand Covenant is a set of absolute commands imprinted on puppets when they are made. First law. All puppets must obey their creator's commands. Second law. A puppet may not harm humans. Third law. A puppet protects and serves humans and the city of Krat. Fourth law. A puppet cannot lie. I've told you about the laws engraved upon every puppet. Do you require anything else?
I mean, that's basically just the 3 laws of robotics with the cannot lie tacked on as a 4th. But they were talking about the Grand Covenant being lost. But it sounds like it's something that was ingrained in each puppet. So, I'm kind of confused. There's either then 2 things called the Grand Covenant, one of which being a central controller, and the other being ingrained in every puppet, or they say it's ingrained in every puppet, but it's not actually intrinsically designed in each of them. It's just they have an attachment to the central controller, which then enables them all on all of them. Knock, knock. Well, that's when you knock with the other hand, much less politely. It's a fish. Aha. We used the key, though. Shouldn't the door open? Oh, you need. As I'd say, I thought I didn't have that key, but brain read need is used somehow, and stupidity ensued. Maybe. If Geppetto was here, he easily could have made more puppets. That is true. We even could have been designed after the uprising as well, on that note. And that may be why we were left abandoned there, is Geppetto had to flee before activating us. It's a possibility. Would also explain why we are not beholden to the rules. Certainly a possibility. Yes, I know I can purchase items from Polendina. Polendina didn't have anything I wanted. Nor do I have any money for such things anymore anyway. Spent it all getting stronger. Somebody was doing some work here. just wasn't even locked. Downtown Crop became death row due to the puppet frenzy. Even today, a significant number of survivors live quietly behind the locked doors, curtained windows, and basements. I do appreciate this load screen of the extending nose and now lying. It amuses me. Oh, a lot of dead people. As expected. Still didn't see a way to mix and match parts, so maybe either we don't gain that till later, or I misunderstood something and I can actually do that already. Let's take another look at that. Also, apparently I have something in here now? Oh, yeah! Oh, right, that's the memory. I do like the pants of this better. It's a pity I can't combine the two. Keep the shirt, but swap the pants. Oh well. We'll walk around dressed like this for a bit. Ah, this is a teleport item. That makes sense. As opposed to the immediate character death item. I'm gonna bet that this is a one-use. So I'm just gonna not fiddle with that right now. 'Cause I'd be very surprised if that was a multi-use item. So that seems like it would be entirely too useful.
Hey, let's be more careful. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I hate these guys. But don't be alarmed. My name is Gemini. We'll talk later, when we're safe.
You've got a very different voice suddenly, Gemini. I guess you rebooted. It is stuttering a bit more, just so everybody's aware. I am aware of it. Something about this area is making it a little grumpy.
I'm Gemini, your friendly puppet guide. Or friendly guide puppet? I don't know, one of those. I'm also a friend of Sophia's. Last time I woke up, Sophia was there because she woke me up. But I'm sure there are still other memories in there. Sorry. Must be the shock. Bear with me, and I'll do my best to guide you.
The voice sounds familiar. I can't immediately place it. I do like that we have immediate capability to teleport between stargazers, though. That's helpful. You're being rude, sir. Hey, you're being rude. Well, that's how the Legion arm works. Okay. Just yank them right to me. Oh, the frames. See you. Huh. Kinda guess star fragments might be the co-op thing, since they say something about helping people cross dimensions. I'm not even sure this has co-op, actually.
Regular rich people row. You wanted fancy boutiques and shops. No place better. But that was long ago, before the puppet frenzy.
Go ahead and pop this lock. And nope, gotta do it from the other side. They're a little hard to tell which side's which at a glance. A little bit too far, huh? Just go ahead and stop that attack. Which, it's good to know that that actually does work as a counter. I can stop something attacking with it. Okay. It's kind of weird that we're having worse frame rate here than we did where we were having all of those effects from the rain and everything. It's a little weird that this place is running this badly. It shouldn't be. There's that sign again. Uh-huh. Of course they're positioned there so that the wall makes sure that it's hard for you to attack them. Ow. You know what? Oh, it didn't work. I was gonna yank him off the edge with it, but he ended up getting pulled too far. A sawtooth wheel. This, I presume, is a ladder. Yep, extends the ladder. One step ahead of the raid there, kitty, but good to see you. And thank you, Squid, for the raid. Hopefully, Pokemon went well for y'all. How's everybody doing? That's fine. Get Squid shouted out. Get Kitty shouted out. Because if y'all haven't seen either of them, go fix that. Just trust me on that one. They're great people. Forgive the little bit of jank we're having right now because of how this game is running. It's just being a little bit grumpy at the minute. As shown there, when everything just seized up for a second. Everything's fine. Ooh, he's got a lot more durability than he looks. Okay. Hold that thought a second. Ooh. I mean, I feel like that was kind of inevitable a little bit. Especially with the weird scaling there was going on with that. Yeah, that was honestly completely expected. Oh yeah, I can definitely get that sorted out for you. This guy's a lot stronger than he looks. But still disposed of regardless. It more or less falls in that line. It's definitely closer to Bloodborne than any of the main Souls games, which is to its credit, I would say. Oh god, the performance is a little spotty in places. Sneaky, sneaky. That's the end of that. Understandable. Safe driving and hopefully everything goes smoothly, kitty. Yeah, this weapon is real good for chopping. Huh. Well, that's a thing. I am not a chimney. I do not need to be swept. Yeah. He's just having a great time. Ghibli, 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 ghibli. Attribute resistance ampule. Huh. Okay, you need to stop that. You're probably going to crash the game if you kept doing that, so we're just going to put a stop to that. But yeah, it would be great if it was just he's wearing a white coat, now he's like 3 times as strong. It'd be ridiculous, but it would also be very, very fitting. Thankfully, we got a health charge back, so we're okay. Rude. Off the cliff you go. Well, I think we all know where this is going. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me. Huh. Surprisingly, nothing bad happened. I really thought there was gonna be an enemy I didn't see that was gonna shoot me off of there the second I got over there. Well, I'll take it. Yeah, to give a quick rundown for those who have joined in from the raid, I currently have the Puppet Saber, because I started with that from the balanced path of the Cricket. The other options were the Path of the Bastard, which would have started with this, the Wintry Rapier, which is what I used during the demo, and the Path of the Sweeper, which would have started with the Greatsword of Fate. You were able to buy all of these reasonably early on. Hey, they're non-filtered. And yeah, not that scaling walls is usually very reasonable or effective in those games anyway. Half the time it'll just bounce you off for inexplicable reasons, and you go to space. Oh yeah, and get a load of the amazing way we repair weapon durability in this game. Just sharpen it with my elbow. There you go. Sword sharp again. He thought he was clever. Ooh, that appears to be a new blade. Don't think I can actually make use of that yet, but... Oh no, it's a throwing object, okay. Oh, yeah, I throw the pipe like a spear. That makes sense. I can get behind that. Twitch does a lot of odd things whenever it decides it feels like it. Yeah. That ladder is actually intact. Huh. There's an item down there. Doesn't seem to be full of death, but there are awnings where they could all be hanging out waiting for me under. Whee! That's the guy I threw off of there, so he's fine. You're real. Another moonstone to upgrade a weapon with. Ah, this is the other side of that door I was looking at that I got electrified poking. Boop. That is very strange. I would have to assume it had something to do with the time away, is Twitch does very strange things when an account's inactive. So even with an active account like mine, I've definitely literally watched some of them disappear. It's like, I'll have somebody on my following list, and then I come back the next day to watch them literally a day after, and they won't be on my list anymore. When I know no blocking or banning has happened on either side, or anything to cause that to happen. It literally is just a thing that occasionally happens. To see it on that scale is very strange. I don't think I've ever seen it to that scale before. sneaky. So sneaky. I want to stab him. A lot. So sneaky. So sneaky. Hi. Subtlety. Right. How did that go, by the way? That'll restore all my stuff, but of course brings these guys back, but that's okay. Huh. So it was primarily people after a certain point. I wonder, then. There is actually a couple logical conclusions to that, then. Because Twitch has definitely been having some weird server moments. Again. I wonder if they lost data for a couple people. And it basically rolled you back to before a certain point as far as what it recognizes with you. Fantastic. Because, like, you would think that would be something they would tell people that had happened, but at the same time it'd be absolutely the kind of thing they wouldn't want to admit to having happen. So I could see either being an argument on that thought. As far as why a chunk of somebody's people they followed list would disappear. Rude. Yeah. Getting no response from Twitch is also not a surprising thing, though. How long has it been since you sent it? And to put a further point on for you, Nimble, remind me after I'm done today and I'll get you sorted out with those seeds immediately, so neither of us forget. Yeah. That's understandable. And I'm not shocked that they basically aren't going to get back to you on that, probably. Yeah. I can either send it to Kitty directly, or send it to you, and then get it to Kitty. Did I get shot or something, or did I just fall over dead? Because I blinked. He didn't attack, I know that. And then I just went and fell over, when he was supposed to be the one dead. Fascinating. Yeah, the remade version of Lords of the Fallen definitely looks good. I'm playing this because I have it on Game Pass. That's the only reason I'm even able to play this. Lords of the Fallen wasn't great, yeah. I enjoyed it, but it was not great. I definitely managed to have fun with it. But it was not great by any means. I hope the new version lives up to what it looks like, but I'm not going to hold my breath waiting on that one. Yeah, we died up there somewhere. Well, of course. The first one was also made, what, back in, like, 2012? Yeah, there's something to be said for technology improving. Yeah, I'm reasonably confident it was somewhere in the vicinity of 2012, because I think that's when I remember playing it. Was all that time ago. Okay. That also makes sense, because that range kind of blends together in my head because of all of the stuff I was doing at that time. Okay, I can't get him through the wall. I wanted to see if it was gonna break and let me do that. Gotta test those things. I know you're there. Pick up, I know you're there. There we go. That's to be expected. But at least it's otherwise good. Not that there would be that much of an expectation for it not to be good. But there's always that worry, like, did they do something stupid? Ouch. Ouch. That... Ooh. That is a harsh thing to say, but at the same time, it's probably true. I just need to take a second to appreciate that sentence. You know what's unnecessary? What I'm about to do to this poor boy. Which apparently didn't work because I didn't get the indicator and I bumped into him. So, 3 things happened at the same time in that situation that led to that death. 1, the frame rate hiccuped, which dropped an input. That's why you didn't see me roll. 2, fun fact, you can't actually do anything while that item screen was popped up. Apparently, so that's grand. And 3, you know, things. Yeah, and it's never fun when it happens, because it's easy enough to avoid, but the attack is in and of itself kinda BS. But, you know, kind of impossible to avoid when the performance of the game decides you're not allowed to move anymore. It's kind of a problem. And I've got it smoothed out as best I can before anybody's like, well, maybe you should lower a setting. It's like, I can't any further. It's as low as it goes. Game just sometimes hiccups. Which, it just released. Hiccups are expected. I'd be very shocked if it had 0 performance issues at all. Sadly, I don't know if that will ever happen. I would love that to happen, but I don't think it'll ever happen. Like, and that's not even a statement of Bloodborne didn't do well enough or anything. Just, they don't seem to be interested in doing that again. It would take someone else making it to have a Bloodborne 2. I don't know about that one. Because if they were gonna just ride the Elden Ring train into the ground, Armored Core 6 wouldn't have happened. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy to see the Armored Core series coming back. Well, yeah, but you know, in some ways you can't necessarily look at franchises specifically for a company, because the company has to survive in order for a franchise to continue. So they have to keep doing things people want. But the other side of that coin is, I feel like if they were going to do a Bloodborne 2, it would have happened before Elden Ring. Like, it would have been a natural state of things in the flow that they had going, where it would have happened between Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. Because they would have been, like, alternating between the two. For lack of a better way of putting it. Now that there's been enough games in between the two, I don't know if they'll do it. That's another case of, I would love them to do that, but that's never going to happen either. Then again, I'm also the one who was sitting here saying they're never going to remake Mario RPG, and yet here we are in a world where that's happening. So, fuck if I know. Like, that's a whole fucking thing, too. I also was in the same camp of, we're never gonna see another F-Zero game, and yet here's F-Zero 99 out of fucking nowhere. So... I want to exist in a world where all things are possible, but at the same time, common sense is arguing with that reality. See, I didn't know there was a movie. I had no idea that the movie existed. A Demon's Souls remake, I kind of expected it to exist at some point. Which, that brings up a whole other point. I feel like it's more likely, a few systems down the line, that they will remake Bloodborne before they make a second Bloodborne. I feel like that is a more likely reality. Considering they made a Dark Souls remaster, there's a Demon's Souls remaster. They might go up the whole line of those, which would then still include Bloodborne. And I'm gonna be real, I'd be happy enough if they just made a... I would be happy enough if they just gave a goddamn PC port to Bloodborne. Put Bloodborne on PC, damn it. Well, that was almost bad because it just did not work out. I wouldn't say PC got hit hard by not having it, but I would say that it would be a great thing to have it. Because I will say, PC players are not necessarily lacking for these kind of games. We certainly have a lot of them on the platform. Though I can say I don't think there's any PC exclusive Souls-likes, are there? I think anything that PC has, at least some consoles have. Yeah, I got screwed on that one. There was nothing I could have done about that situation. As soon as I got hit by the bomb, that was over. Because I either dodged to avoid getting hit by the next attack, which dodged me into him, or I just ate claw uppering to the forehead. That was just a really awful position in general. Considering I don't even know what that is, I cannot answer that question. I feel like you've gone deeper down this hole than I have. So you'd be the only one to be able to answer that question. Ah, okay. I might have seen that at some point and then just disregarded it. I don't know. Because I feel like I have seen something that looks like that, but it may have been I saw it early enough that it then fell back off my radar before it actually existed. Because that happens a lot. Like, I find out about something a few years before the release date for it, and it's just gone. Ah, that would also explain why I have no idea what you're talking about, because I haven't watched the Game Awards or anything. I don't tend to bother. Because half the games that come out on those, I swear, end up being just pipe dreams and then never ever actually exist. At least, half the ones I end up interested in. Let me amend that statement slightly. So I just wait till I start actually hearing release dates and things. Is at this point. Aside from the things I just hear. That's a generic enough statement that development could either be going well or poorly. That could very much be going either way on that one. True. Which, in the light of recent interesting developments with Unity, is a good thing. Though I have my own gripes with Unreal as well. But at least that's a modifiable enough engine that when developers are idiots with how they design their games, I can fix it. So there's that. And to put more of a point on what I say with that, is if they don't handle performance optimization at all, the Unreal Engine is usually pretty good about letting people in to fix it. For Unreal 5, I have no idea. You're asking a guy who exists in the PC spectrum and does not care about specs. I make it work. Because half of this computer's, like, 3-4 years out of date, and I'm just improvising as best I can to make things keep running. That's the scope I exist in. That's part of why this is running a little jank. And the other part is the fact that they definitely did not do an optimization pass on this completely yet. It's running better than I expected of a recent release, but it definitely could be cleaned up a bit. And I may as well explain what I was talking about before, even though I dodged away from making too much of a point of it. an interesting thing I've noted with one of the graphics cards I have, specifically the one I'm using right now, is it handles things better almost across the board, barring games on this exact type. Something in the design for these types of games, and in the engines used for these specific types of games, works better on an older card I have. And I find that fascinating and confusing. Because they have the same amount of memory, the stats on them are very similar, but for some reason, that card runs these kind of games better. And I cannot put my finger on why. But I find it fascinating, so I keep that card around specifically for situations like this. I just can't exactly, you know, swap a graphics card out midstream. And I didn't have enough time today to set that up to test it. Otherwise, I would have swapped it ahead of time. Yep, dead again. This is a really awful spot, because you just have no room to work with in that situation. And that one was me being stupid, though, I'll admit. I made the mistake of thinking he didn't activate this time, because he didn't come up as quickly. So I'm like, okay, he didn't activate yet. I've got time to dispose of this guy, and then deal with him. Then, lo and behold, right as I was in a position to do nothing, there's the chimney sweep up the pooper again. And I will admit, there's entirely the possibility that there's just a fault with the card I'm using. Because it is definitely not an amazing card. It is definitely a budget card. And it's entirely possible that something's just gone wrong with it in general. There's always thousands of possibilities with that kind of thing. I didn't pick up my stuff either, did I? Because we had 3,000 sitting there, and now we've got 2,000. Well, that's upsetting. Problem is, I don't really have a good way to get past that situation either, because I presume that I have to go that way. That said, if the performance for this continues to keep degrading, I may just either stop early today or swap and then pick this back up tomorrow after having swapped cards. I guess technically I could just shut down, restart the stream in like 20 minutes after I've swapped cards and see it. Well, that's depending on if the card swap even works in this particular case. Which is why I didn't really want to bring it up to begin with, is the fact that it's a very weird situation that people are gonna look at me like I've got 3 heads about. And people are gonna start asking detailed questions like, well, what card is it, and all that, and I just don't feel like fielding those questions right now. Especially since there's going to be some eyebrows raised about some of those answers. Thanks, game. Thanks for dropping inputs again. Because I saw him behind me, indicated for him to roll out of that block, didn't do it. That's why you saw me just kind of, like, slightly sidle to the side, because it just did not accept that input there. Which, it is a real problem. Oh, boy. Missed something here, hang on. Just gonna address that right quick before I forget. Let's see. Still eyeing that broken bitrate on my dashboard. Let me do a thing right quick. Hang on. Okay, so that's good news. I refreshed the dashboard and the bitrate's back. So it was just the dashboard having a moment. It wasn't actually something wrong on my end. Or Twitch's. Just the dashboard just broke. Which it's been doing a lot in the past, like, couple months, I've noticed. It's another in the long line of things that's just breaking. So that's always good. But before we carry on, I'm at the very least going to get up for a second. So I'm going to put you guys on ads for a second, and I'm going to go check something. So I will be right back with y'all in a moment. And yes, that was part of why I refreshed the dashboard. Okay, I don't know if y'all are back yet. I am back, and I'm just gonna fiddle a little bit more in the hopes that this will fix itself. We'll see. So the fact that I'm already hitting a bit of a brick wall here is not a great sign. But I also thought I hit a brick wall in the form of that Parade Master earlier, too, so... kind of expected with this type of game anyway. think I'm going the right way to go back. If I'm not, we'll find out very soon. When I don't end up where I think I'm ending up. Oh, I think we actually have taken a different angle to the same place. Weapon reach definitely nearly screwed me over there. I'm actually not entirely sure if we're in the same spot or not. I think we are? I think we're right past that room we just died in, actually. So if I go back this way, I think we'll see our corpse. I'm pretty sure this is the bridge that the guy that keeps running us over runs across to ruin our day. Yep. There's our stuff. So I accidentally the shortcut. Ironically enough. And I wish I could say I knew how I got there. 'Cause I can, but I can't. If that makes sense. I know how I got there, but there's a couple connecting points that are shaky in my brain. So I was more focused on what I was explaining and thinking about than where I was walking. And I am curious, how bad has it been stream-wise when it's janking out a little bit? Because I've definitely had it stuttering and doing weird things visually for me, and I'm wondering how bad it's been for what you guys can see. Okay, attempting to fake him out by doing that doesn't appear to have worked. But, nope, that didn't work either. Yep, that most definitely didn't work. I would have blocked that attack, but my gut feeling told me that the other guy was about to run into me, which is why I rolled hoping that they would get tangled on each other. Instead, I calculated that completely wrong. And this is actually a perfect time to talk about the other thing that tends to kind of not be a great situation for me specifically in this type of game is the corpse loot that you can get into. Especially with a bad spot like that. You end up just wasting so much of your time trying to get your resources back, only to not be able to do it. So you've now quite literally just wasted your time. And that is immensely frustrating to me. Is it my own fault? Technically, yes. Is it also a very nasty position right there? 100%. Like, I feel like the first time you get to that spot, I wouldn't say you're guaranteed to die, but the odds of dying in that spot the first time are very, very high. Because there's just too much crap going on there, all in one nasty pile. And it's bad enough positioning, because it's very hard to actually get an angle to attack that guy that's up against the wall, because you're just going to keep hitting the wall. So you are definitely placed at a massive disadvantage in that area. Which is actually why, before I go back down there, I have an idea. So, wow, this guy reacted to us showing up shockingly fast, so it's kind of an academic question at this point. It also doesn't help that despite it being September, it's got a high of 80 degrees and it has hit it at this point. But my central air is not acknowledging that because it's not as hot in the room the thermostat's in. So it sucks in here right now, is what I'm trying to get at. Which is not helping me at all. Hopefully my fan can assist with that problem. We'll see. Come here, you. Just gonna pick all of you up and tear you up for a second. I'm going the wrong way for what I wanted. This is the front entrance up. Though, we've had better results going up there some of the time and worse results going up there some of the time, so I guess it kind of doesn't matter which way we take to get up there. But I probably should use the shortcut. Just because at least it avoids some of the potential pitfalls. It just doesn't avoid all of them. And creates different ones, so... mixed bag there. I know it's probably not that interesting watching me walk the same path 30 times and die 30 times, but... welcome to how these games go when you're not a professional. I'll let these. You just start to get your teeth kicked in. On the bright side, at least I'm dying a different way most of the time. I'd love to know how he missed me completely there. Like, I'm happy he did, but, like, why couldn't that have happened any of the other times? I get this sneaking suspicion that when I watch the VOD back, it's just gonna be a stuttery mess. And nobody's wanted to tell me. I wish I could do something about him, which I guess if I go grab some of my throwables out of my inventory, I might be able to. I just don't feel like these do enough damage. Well, that's good. That alleviates some of that concern, but that also still leaves room for doubt, but I appreciate that answer. Okay. Pipe was not strong enough. I need more than just the pipe. Okay. Oh wow, those wheels actually do a lot more damage than you'd expect them to. That at least tells me it's most likely only stuttering when it's actually stuttering on my screen, too. Which admittedly does happen more than I would like, but alleviates some of the problem. Or at least some of the concern about the problem. God damn it. I ended up hitting both buttons, wasting my resources. But getting rid of the bombers should help a bit. The problem is, with the resources I have, I'm only able to do that once. So I need to do this perfectly this time. And this might be another one of those cases where I have to actually just rush the charger instead of trying to deal with the guy behind me first. Nope, this is exactly what I expected to have happen, though. Is I was going to immediately get pressured back right into the other guy instead. Okay, we got through it. It was horrific and ugly, but we got through it. Ugh. Yeah, that trio in that specific spot is just so nasty. Like, I'm sure there's setups that probably get through them just fine. This setup ain't one of them. Getting tired of you, Brush Boys. Really tired of you. My Louise and Charlotte, my treasure. I can't hear anything. I think the streets are already dead. Nothing but silence. I assume that I, too, will become just another petrified corpse soon. I will remember the sound of your singing voice and the sight of Charlotte looking at picture books. I miss all of it. The best thing I did when I was alive was send you and Charlotte to the cathedral for shelter. I wish this nightmare was over. Only you and the kid could come back, but I guess now it's impossible. I love you, Louise. I pray that you're safe there. We got something out of that. Not sure what it was. It said it was a remembrance. I know that much. Oh, it was a pose. Okay. Which is the same as the show-off clothes thing that we had gotten earlier. I don't think I read all of these either, did I? No, I think I did read all of these. I thought there was one I had picked up but didn't read, but all those look familiar. Oh, boy. Don't like the look of that at all. Especially now that I have no healing left. It looks like we might be able to go around where he is for a second and go in here. Uh-huh. I had a feeling they were gonna try something stupid. What do I do about this guy? So it looks like I won't be able to just run past him. Because it doesn't look like there's anywhere to run to. There's a thing to grab on the box over there. Just gonna take this before you notice me. Game, please. Or you're just not gonna let me touch that for reasons? Okay, game. Open. Nope, I'm taking that. You can't stop me from taking that. Yep, he can in fact follow me across that. Or... Yep, nope, he can. Okay. Very good. Good for you. How far can you follow me? Oh, that far. Okay, good for you. Good day, sir. Taking the coward's way out for now. Okay. Now that I have a respawn point right there, now I'll fight you. I wasn't gonna be stupid and fight him so close to a respawn. Especially with that being the likely outcome here. he's gonna fucking headbutt me. He is a tanky boy. And we're dead. Yep. Expected results achieved. Because the thing is, we just can't even really hurt him. We're just bouncing off. And that's the kind of problem I run into now and then with these types of games, is there are some enemies, whatever I end up picking, because I see it as interesting, just pings off. I was hoping, like when he was walking down that tiny beam and his feet were glitching a little bit, I was really hoping he was just gonna fall off and save me all of that trouble. And it would have been so good. I wonder, does this work on you? Not really. Yeah, like, look at that. I hit him with a full heavy attack and a couple light attacks, and we've not even done more than like a fifth of his health. He is tanky as hell. Like, I don't know if this setup just doesn't do damage right now or what. But I feel like we're doing decent enough damage since we were getting through the other guys reasonably quickly. And we were able to do decent damage to the boss, too. Just this guy is taking a beating. Thanks, game, for not actually doing the fatal attack when I did the input for it. Appreciate it. Like, it's a little bit finicky, it seems, with positioning for doing those fatal attacks, despite what it looks like. We will kill him. It's just gonna take an asinine amount of resources for one enemy. And he was only worth 200 ergo, too. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Please tell me you have something good. Maybe a better weapon.
Hello. I didn't know anyone was alive out here. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not a burglar. I'm just crashing in an abandoned house for a while. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. We survivors need to look out for each other. For your information, I didn't steal this.
You know, a wild thought just hit me. His face is covered in bandages. We don't know what Geppetto sounds like yet. What if this is Geppetto? What if this entire time Geppetto's just been following us around, seeing how far we get? And selling us random crap to see if it helps us? Because nobody else has even seen him. This guy, anyway. Oh, hey, a blunt weapon. I'm at the very least gonna buy that just because it's different. But it just hit me like, huh, you know, that could be something they do. Hey there, Evo. The game is good. It's running a little spotty in places for me, but I think that's just because same issue I had with Lo Wong. This card's just being a little grumpy with it, whereas the other one would probably run fine. Since you bothered to install it, just try it. I think you'll be fine with it, but it's on that iffy line. Because I'm getting frustrated with it already, but I'm also not playing sensibly. Basically, any of the Souls games, it's pretty comparable. It feels, in the movements and the fighting, closer to Bloodborne than most of the other ones. It's reasonably swift and snappy. and you have a good amount of recovery options, and at least you can regenerate your healing, like, just watch it for a bit and make your own decision. That'll be easier than me telling you. So I can't just, like, immediately point at one thing and go, it's like this. It doesn't quite match any of them. Though actually, since I know you've experienced it, Hellpoint would also actually be another reasonable comparison. Though I know that's not going to do you any favors in terms of comparison. And for how you're going to feel about it, but it's an accurate statement. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I felt that coming, but I couldn't do anything about it, because if I went to heal, I was going to get shot. If I tried to block, I couldn't guarantee it was going to work. Well, yeah, that would be why the first comparison was made to that, and, you know, they're both designed after the same era, basically, so they're, of course, going to look very similar. Anyway. That gunner is the problem. But I can't deal with him without this being a problem. I wish I had a better sword than I do. There we go. There we go. I do like my little grapple arm. The grapple arm is very helpful. No. You stop that right now, young man. It's very easy for me to forget that I have it, though, because we started the game with just a punch. And the punch was pretty useless. We only got the grapple relatively recently. What, it won't aim up there? Okay. So that's not gonna work. That guy's just gonna sit there and be a nuisance. Because there isn't a ladder over here. I forgot to check... What's the scaling on this? Okay. It wouldn't be terrible for us. I mean, why not? Let's try it. I should have read what it does. Hang on. Greatly increase electric blitz attack temporarily, and jump and powerfully strike downward at the enemy. Okay. Fair. I would say it will be worth your time, but yeah, you will probably get more out of Payday 3 in the immediate. At least for you specifically. Okay. Showing good results already. You get back down there. That was extra satisfying. Well, that's the thing, is we're getting towards the end of the year where they start going apeshit with the releases. Everything starts coming out at once because they're all trying to get out just a little bit toward Christmas.
Something strange. Jeepers. Is that a butterfly? Why is the Ergo reacting like that? If you want to check it out, I can take point.
Yes, please. Go first. Find problems before I do. Ah. Occasionally a dimensional butterfly will appear in parts of Krat. Monad's lamp can detect the butterfly, lighting up red to point out its location. When the character is near the hiding butterfly, it will appear. After a certain amount of time, the butterfly will disappear into another dimension. Kill it to get useful materials. I feel like you should have told me that before it disappeared? considering the last butterfly we had was intangible and friendly, I wasn't, of course, going to reflexively try to smash it. Unlike some things that I would smash on sight. Like, if it was a spider, I would have immediately went crush, kill, destroy on that stupid thing. And it didn't bear enough of a resemblance to the Titanite lizards for me to think it was that. Well, something bad happened near here. I hear people that are upset. Let's go the other way, though. Because there's a ladder. I'm curious to see where it leads. Because I think this is a shortcut ladder. And I would certainly like a shortcut right about now. So there's a pair of dogs there, which might prove problematic. Yeah, I figured that other thing was something to worry about, too. What are we thinking? What's the over-under on it being a good idea to hit that? I'm thinking it's a bad idea. I'm thinking that it's gonna explode. Uh-huh. Don't have any more puppet string, though. Not unless I use one of my consumables. Or get back to a safe place. Wow, look at him. He's real lit up. Da-da-da-da-da! That honestly worked out better than I could have asked it to. Considering I actually jumped into the fatal attack on him. I'm really getting the feeling that they intend you to be using those moonstones really early on. I was holding on to them figuring they were going to be pretty rare, but we've already picked up, what, like 5 of them? So that might be the other reason why I feel like we've fallen behind on damage, is I didn't upgrade my weapon yet because I wasn't committed to it. But if we're getting so much of them, it may be worth going up a level or 2 on my weapon just to make our life a little simpler. So this thing's also ripping through them like they're not even here, comparatively, so we could also just keep using this. But elemental damage does tend to be helpful, so it makes sense that this is doing better here specifically. But this is what I was interested in. Okay, no, that's the other end of a door. Okay. Oh yeah, because there's another one of those... Oh no, that's a different one. He's got a sword. We haven't seen a guy with a sword yet. That's gonna be bad times when we get there. I don't like that. Oh boy. Speaking of things I don't like, I really don't like this place. Full of traps. Might be able to do this, though. Yep, that did work. The thing is, he's a white coat, and we learned that those are stronger. Wow, he reached a lot further. Oh, of course you did. You're unblockable in the middle of that move. Of course you did. Well, that at least was effective. course you backed out of all of them. Yeah, he's a little bit bigger. He's a strong boy. You know, he's the premium butler model. Ah. There we go. Yeah, the last time we encountered one of those, we had just as bad a time with the sword, too, so... He definitely isn't weak to electricity. Sadly. Well, somebody's alive around here. Okay, that almost ended in tears, but we're okay. And I got a heal charge back. Ooh. Just wait for that to stop, and then we get prizes. Oh, that's still there. Hang on. There we go. What do we got? Workshop Union Standard Installation Converter. Okay. I should also probably be looking at some of those. Is it the window? I don't see anybody in there. Hey, you'll notice the stuttering's happening a bit again. Now and then, the game just has a bit of a moment. And I still have not figured out a rhyme or reason for it. Because the CPU usage isn't even that high. So I'm presuming that the GPU is getting overloaded. Or it just is running like crap. I don't have all of that up in front of me right now, so I do not know the answer to that question. It shouldn't be out of hand because of the fact that we would have been seeing a lot of other negative results by now. Because with how long it's been happening, if the thermals were out of hand, it would have shut down by now. But it's also well taken care of, so it shouldn't be the problem. I'm willing to bet if I pull up the full task manager, I'll probably just see that the GPU is hitting 100% again. And that's what's making it angry. Okay, so that's the Lada frame. Yet again, heavier, but reduces damage. I'm already in slightly heavy, which is not where I want to be. That is a lot more electric blitz protection. It's honestly a lot more everything protection, but it is heavier. I think what I'll do is I'll put that on. And I'm actually going to take that back off. No, we're still slightly heavy either way. Never mind. We'll keep that then. It's probably because I'm using this. Yeah, it's a lot heavier. That just makes sense. And this is, of course, adding to the weight as well. But we can't change arms on the fly. We have to change them at the requisite places.
I miss you, Murphy.
Quickly sharpen my mace with my elbow. As we'll touch up the sword while we're thinking about that. There we go. Because your weapons will start degrading in damage as they dull off, but you can thankfully just freely sharpen them. That voice is either coming from behind this barricaded door, like through this window, or somewhere else nearby. Like, I can't figure out where else nearby that would be coming from.
I wish we could play together. Like we used to.
Like, it sounds like it's coming from right here. So it probably is. But we can't get in there. So I'm just not going to worry about it. Guess let's go this way now that we've dealt with down there. The other option is I go back to the safe spot and warp back to do other things. Oh, yep, it's this guy again. And I've got no healing on hand to deal with you. Yep, you still hit just as hard as you did before, and you're not that much easier to kill. Bye. Have I mentioned how much I don't like the fact that you can't do much while that menu's up? I know it's because they don't want you doing exactly what I just did, but I'm still not happy about it. Well, let's go back anyway. Because I've got consumables I can spend on upgrades. And we'll still be able to get something done. Because it's becoming very clear I need some kind of weapon upgrade, or we're gonna continue to have a bad time. So I'm definitely more interested in the mixing and matching I was told we'd be able to do.
I know my way around a weapon.
But I have yet to be able to do it. And that makes me sad. Yeah, because that'll raise both the physical and electric blitz on that by 5, which makes it equivalent to this as long as whatever we're hitting isn't immune to electric blitz. This, of course, goes up 11 because it's got more damage to begin with, being a greatsword, and this goes up 7 because small weapon. We could, of course, alter... Well, theoretically we could alter a handle, but I don't think we have anything to alter a handle with.
I know my way around a weapon.
We've been using this, so we'll go ahead and upgrade that. Okay, it starts to take 2, and it costs 30 more to upgrade further. I'm considering upgrading this. But I don't know if I'm going to be using it consistently. Because it's been helping us right now, but I don't know if long-term electric blitz is worth anything. That's the thing that's got me a little nervous about that. To hell with it. It's 1 moonstone. If I'm ending up in trouble because I spent 1 moonstone I didn't need to, this game is going to be something I'm not going to finish just because it's going to be too annoying about that anyway.
I know my way around a weapon.
There we go. We'll see if having our sword at +2 and our mace at +1 makes a difference for us at all. I don't think it'll make that huge a difference, but it should help. Help in theory. And I do appreciate just the ready teleportation. We don't have to worry about spending anything to teleport. We don't have to unlock something to teleport. We just touch the places and then we can go to them. This is where the guy was gonna jump me. It does a little bit better. Like, I wasn't expecting night and day change, but it does definitely do a little bit more, as you would expect from having increased it slightly. Okay. I wanted to see if this was another one of those games where even a single upgrade makes a massive difference. Is in some games of this type, even increasing your damage by like 5 actually makes a much more marked difference than you would expect. Because it scales the attack of the weapon beyond what it tells you on the item's readouts. This one doesn't seem to scale as out of hand. Oh, okay, those respawn. Good. Come here, you. Now that I know to destroy those. Oh, yeah, they are literally this game's Titanite lizards, then. Okay. Like, as literally as they could be. Which I should have been tipped off because they made the same sound, too. But I didn't want to assume. There's this other platform. Before I agitate the Bobby, let's go up here. This is presumably where the voice is coming from, because the light's on. Oh no, here.
This must be your first time in the petrification disease quarantine zone.
Yeah.
For most people, this is their last stop. You are a good Samaritan for coming all the way here.
I don't know about that one.
I'm one. May I ask you a favor?
Depending on what it is.
My family took my baby from me and sent me here. They said it was for my own good, but it was heartless just the same. A baby must be with its mother. Please go to Krat City Hall and bring me my baby.
I doubt your baby's actually gonna still be there with everything that's going on, but if I see a baby, I guess I'll bring it to you.
Thank you so much, kind one. I can finally see my sweet Elena's face again. Please hurry. Hard scales spreading across my eyes. Before I lose my sight. Please.
She said the baby was at City Hall. Should we check it out? I hope everybody's safe.
Highly unlikely. I see two possible outcomes for her with the way these games tend to go. One, by the time we get back with the child, she'll be blind. She might be dead. The child might already be dead. You know, things like that are the likely outcomes out of this situation. None of which particularly great for everybody involved. I still cannot get the timing on his multi-swing. This room also really kind of sucks to be fighting him in. Because the camera keeps going weird. It's another fine example of an enemy I'm doing bugger all damage to. God damn it, game. For those wondering why I blame the game there, it did not move the way I wanted it to, even though I gave it the input to do so. In part because the lock-on didn't break the way I expected it to, and then from there, the camera further didn't really do what I expected. There was a lot of, I asked for something and it didn't happen. And it was reasonable requests all through. Just gonna keep on hitting walls. Both walls of ability and literal walls. Warning, petrification disease quarantine zone. No trespassers. Everyone is a patient or a lunatic. Do not speak to them. Well, that also leads to another potential ending for the bring the baby to the lady thing. Might not even be her baby. That part, admittedly, is not inherently my problem. Like, I know that's screwed up to say, but this world's already kind of fucked, so... If she just wants to see a child, I'm not that against that idea, as long as she's not intending to keep or do anything with said child. Because especially in the case of a mother whose child is actually, in fact, already dead, and she's not dealing with that, it can be of help temporarily to see another one. I'm gonna try to get away from this thing. I know it's gonna charge. Oh, this was a bad plan, as expected. Hit the door, you idiot. Hit the door! Yep, that's the result I expected out of that, but at least I got the shortcut door open. We can go around him, potentially, now, if I could find my way there. Problem is, I don't remember where that door was anymore. Because you kind of loop around enough times, like going up onto these rooftops and everything, that it's really hard to tell where anything actually is in space anymore. And every time I die, I also am definitely losing track of where anything is. And I know that that second one is as much my own fault as the game on that one. But man, do I wish I had a map. And I don't think we do. Yeah, no, there'd be a map like here, I would figure, if there was one. Because, of course, these games never have a goddamn map. Which, admittedly... Oh, that's where the door is. That's actually very convenient. But yeah, admittedly, having a map would ruin some of the mystique of the design of these kind of games, because usually the maps are actually very small once you know where things are. But that's not necessarily excusing that, that's just explaining the logic in part. I'm kind of surprised we didn't get bodied by Sword Guy the last time we ran in here, being pursued by the cop. I really don't like the idea of dealing with Sword Guy. But we're gonna have to. Hi, Sword Guy. How about you come over here, so we don't back into the officer dealing with you. Okay, that came out quicker than I expected. You at least die. I like you already. You actually die. Never mind, not a problem. They have a reasonable health bar, unlike some of these things. think the police officer is aware of my presence. Oh, never mind, it's you. Oh. If I break his guard, I get the opportunity to fatal attack him. That seems like overkill, considering his health bar is not that long, but I'll take it. There's one of those. There's some lag and a building. Elevator that I need to fix, huh? Oh. Great repair job. I punched it. Which, admittedly, not the first time I've punched something to repair it, but, you know. That's neither here nor there. Oh! It led us back to him. That's a fantastic shortcut, actually. What else did you have?
For your information, I didn't steal this.
I didn't ask, and now I'm suspicious now that you told me that. I'm debating grabbing the throwing cells because we might need some stuff to throw at the rate things are going. Nah, we already have 5 in our bag and 5 extra in storage. We shouldn't need it. Some bottles of electric blitz might be nice, but... Now, wait a damn minute. Didn't these only cost $2.50 at the last spawn he was at? Why is he upcharging me? Hold up. He's trying to rip me off. The hell with you. I don't even know why he wants Ergo to begin with. That's a whole other suspicious thing. Then again, I don't know why Sophia wants it either, and I'm suspicious of her to begin with, too. Basically, what I'm trying to say is all of these people that are at face value helpful, I'm suspicious of. Ooh, urgent repair tool. What does that actually do? Immediately restores weapon durability. Huh. Okay. That is probably useful? Huh. You know, I'm not actually sure how useful that would be, but it might be useful. Beep. I don't know why that door opened by me just poking it. Huh. Well, that doesn't seem ideal. Yeah, that just says purge puppets on it. Okay. All puppets will be destroyed. You know, I take offense to that as a puppet.
Come out, Geppetto! You've got a lot to answer for!
Am I gonna have human enemies too? Oi, Horsehead, what's your deal?
You know what caused the puppet frenzy, don't you? You're their maker, practically their father. You and the alchemist scheming together. Tell me the truth. What's your problem? I'm here for the old man. Get lost. Wait. I know you. Or more like, I know what you are.
Yeah, I'm here
You're
for the old man
devil's
too.
Puppet. You can't sneak past me. Die!
Oh, hello.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge.
You know, I should have been suspicious that there was going to be a boss fight here with that door. Thankfully, he gave me his back, so I got a good hit there. Like with any large weapon opponent, let him expend himself
I'll kill you both. Then
and take the free opportunity. Needs to not get greedy now. I say as I promptly get smacked upside the head for being greedy. Oh, he's in phase 2. He's faster now. I just realized, like, wait, no, he's attacking differently.
Are you a dream or this time it's destroyed for
Yep.
sure?
I was so not ready for him to just start going ape in that second phase. I should have known, considering what happened with the Parade Master, that he was going to speed up a lot in phase 2, but just still, woof. That was a lot. Like, phase 1 was a joke. He was just giving me easy opportunities to fatal attack him from behind over and over again. I should have known that there was going to be a big catch to that. Hey, you. Come in here and have a conversation with my sword. Hey, where'd your friend go? Oh, hey, I broke his sword. Neat. See, it's little things like that that also helps this game along. Like being able to break their swords, perfect guards actually having an effect on certain enemies beyond just stopping their attack. It's all of those little touches all really help make this game a bit more. Oh, my stuff is over there. So I guess he doesn't actually count as a boss arena fight, necessarily. Considering our stuff is laying where we died instead of anywhere else. He's definitely ready for me, though. You know what? Fuck you. That's what I think of that. We start on my terms, not yours.
Are you a dream or a nightmare?
Oh, wow, you had a good rotation on that one.
This time it's
Ah!
for sure. Devil puppet no more, eh?
I dodged way too early on that last one. I knew that wasn't gonna work, but brain went, oh yeah, it'll be fine. Wham! Didn't work. Why do I taste my spine? I am interested in this, the statement that it has after the name of these places, because it said cloudy morning. I wonder if the weather actually has an effect. Also, goodbye frame rate, apparently. What am I, in Blighttown? Yep, gonna have to burn a heal before we even get to him. That's great. Going the wrong way again. Making sure I didn't wake the dog up that was gonna come chasing after me. We don't have any stuff charged, so that's not ideal. I'm gonna try activating some Electro Blitz on our weapon this time, see if that speeds things along in a favorable way.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge.
It's definitely doing more damage, but apparently I just cannot get that fatal attack again for some reason. Oh wow, he was not done. Okay. Am I imagining things, or is he fighting a lot smarter this time?
It's destroyed for sure.
Like, I was just so thrown off by the fact that... Am I crazy, or did every time after that first fight, he fought differently? Because he literally was such an easy... He fight the first half of the first round, and now every time after that he's fighting smarter. Or am I just fighting that much worse? I actually can't tell. That's a genuine question. And I would accept I'm fighting worse, because I definitely can tell I'm being stupid. Because there came a point where I stopped taking him seriously, and it started really biting me in the ass. Oh, why is the dog activating this time? Come on, game. I didn't want to have to hit that. Keep going the wrong way the first time. Or did I? No, I went the right way the first time this time. And that's what made my head go weird. Like, oh yeah, I'm going the right way. Wait, now I can't possibly be going the right way. Because I didn't see my stuff laying on the ground. So when is his trigger point? Or can I literally roll up and hit him immediately? I might actually be able to get a hit in.
Cursed puppet! Back again!
And I did get a free hit. Oh wow, he's just going ham already, huh? I do have him electrified a bit. I'm definitely your nightmare. God, he's managing to just close the gap every time I try to separate a bit. It doesn't help that the frame rate just chose now to fall apart, too. That's why you saw me just go on the defensive so much suddenly.
Stop showing up already.
Trust me, my dude, I'd love to. I really would. I would love to stop having to fight you. Because fighting you so far has really sucked. How did none of... I hate the fatal attack system in this game. I'm gonna be real with y'all about that. Because there's so many times where I have the prompt in front of me and it just doesn't do it. It's like, oh yeah, nah, I know you need that, but nah, you don't actually. You'll be fine without it. God, he can cover so much ground with a fucking roll, too.
For sure. Devil puppet no more.
Like, he keeps throwing me off with some of the things he does, because it doesn't match what he was already doing. Like, when he rolls the entire width of the bridge. Just, I was not ready for that. I saw him do it before, so you'd think I would have been ready, but just brain was baffled by the concept of him chucking himself that far somehow. There we go. At least we'll be able to start that fight with full health for a change. Which I think we would have won that last round if I hadn't run out of healing. Because I definitely pushed my luck to try to get that last charge. And that's what started that loop of getting myself in trouble at the end there. Electro Blitz definitely makes a difference. So I think activating it is a good idea.
Cursed puppet! Back again?
Part of my problem is I'm moving in anticipation of his attacks instead of waiting for the actual attacks to come out.
Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already.
Game, I really would love you to start cooperating with me a little bit instead of playing in his favor the entire time. The amount of times my block has come up and not counted is getting upsetting.
Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already.
Like, when he's doing the unblockable attack, sure, then it doesn't work, but he's done plenty of regular attacks where the block animation is clearly up, and it's like, no, you didn't actually block, though. It's like, but I did. No, you didn't.
This time it's destroyed for sure.
We keep starting out so well, and then it just falls apart. Every time. And, like, I'm gonna keep blaming the little bit of frame hiccuping now and then for some of it. The rest is absolutely me. I'm going to say that straight up. The rest is definitely me. But still. Frustration upon frustration. Why did I suddenly lose the ability to keep attacking there? I've definitely attacked more rapidly than that before, and he didn't even block. It just, for some reason, I couldn't attack anymore without having run out of stamina that I could tell. Unless in the split second it took me to look up, I had already regained a third of my stamina. Which I guess is possible, but I feel like I shouldn't have run out in one combo either, because I've done more than... I don't know. Sometimes I'm trying to figure this out, and I don't know if there's going to be an answer. Sometimes I feel like just shit happens with this game, and I'm never going to be able to understand it. I really should be doing that to begin with. Which, I should actually see if the puppet string works on him, now that I think about it. I haven't tried it, because I keep assuming since he's a boss it won't work, but he is just a human being, as far as I can tell. Aside from the fact that he's got a donkey's head and he's very strong. He's certainly as stubborn as a goddamn donkey. Oh yeah, sure enough, it works. What do you know? That'll actually make a huge difference in this fight. You know, his weapon turned red when I perfect guarded him. I wonder if there's, like, a split path in this fight where you can, like, break his weapon and he gives up or something. That doesn't feel like something this game would do, but maybe. Just maybe it's a thing. Yeah, see, he's protecting his back so much better in all of these other attempts than he did the first time. I don't know if I just got, like, exceptionally lucky the first time, Or if I'm just getting that unlucky the rest of these times. It's like, he definitely fought like a chump the first time. And now it's my turn to be the goddamn idiot, apparently. Yep.
It's destroyed for sure.
Why did I think that move was gonna work either of the times I tried it after the amount of times I've done it and it didn't work? Like, every time I've gone for that heavy attack, it has not worked. Why do I keep thinking it'll work? It's like, this is gonna be the one. Wham! This will be the one. Wham! You know, if they weren't puppets, that'd probably be horrifying, by the way. You're just on patrol and your buddy just vanishes, connected to a string that just yanks him into the abyss, and you just hear violence and he doesn't come back out.
Puppet! Back again?
I mean, I keep coming back as many times as it takes to kill you. Because unfortunately, I have to. Because I need that old man. If he's even in there. You might just be crazy.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge.
Because there's every possibility Geppetto's not even in there. Because we didn't hear anybody talk to him. We just came up on this guy yelling at a fucking cart like somebody's inside it. Like, he may have just found Geppetto's carriage and he's like, Geppetto's in there, I know it. I'm gonna fuck him up.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge.
Yeah, the grapple doesn't hold him for long. So it's not like an answer to this fight.
This time it's destroyed for sure.
Well, that was funny in a terrible way. I don't know if anybody caught it, but the perfect guard sparks came up, but the sound didn't play and I died. So I'm not sure what happened. Aside from I lost. I know that part very well. I'm definitely starting to get frustrated, which is not helping. Same thing that happened with the Parade Master. Oh, come the hell on, game. I need to be smarter and figure out an actual solution to this instead of getting annoyed and continuing to just make stupid mistakes. I wonder if the string will stop him doing his fury attack. Because that would actually be helpful. On that note. What? He actually blocked it that time? Come on, game. The one time I go to set up to do something off of that, he just arbitrarily blocks it. Ugh, God. Quit dropping inputs, game. I really need those. This is too heavy a hitter for you to sit here and drop my goddamn inputs.
Are you a dream or a nightmare? Stop showing up already.
Like, I'm trying not to mash dodge as much so I actually do smart dodges instead of mashing myself halfway across the room. But in order to have it reliably take the input, because of the issues we're having, I kind of have to dodge stupid. And then there's the times where he'll spin around in an unexpected way off of his attack because I went too far around him. Okay, that's working. Missed it. Too early. Okay, you can grab him out of that, but he just restarts it, so that was a waste.
This time it's destroyed for sure.
Well, we got further. I learned something, but... This is another fight that's a good example of the things that I'm not the hugest fan of in a Souls-like, which is specifically what makes the genre a mixed bag for me, is because this is another case of a boss fight where you're constantly dancing on the edge of disaster. You really don't have a lot of wiggle room to make mistakes. And I get that that's the point. But for somebody like me that frequently does not play perfectly, and very frequently makes mistakes, it makes it very, very hard to get anywhere. And I'm not asking for it to be easier. I'm just saying that that's what doesn't work for me. Because it's a simple matter of, you have an allowance for only a handful of mistakes, and very frequently your opponents have so much room for error because they have so much health. Like, these are boss fights that are designed to last a bit, and as we've seen, me and long boss fights don't go well together. Like that, I am oil and water with long boss fights, because I am too impatient for my own good. I will try to find a way to make the fight go faster to get it over with. And more often than not, that leads to me taking a stupid hit. And then there's times like that where I press a button and nothing happens, which is just no good for anybody. There we go. Now we got two of those again. The amount of times, though, that's come up and not credited me for it is still upsetting. Like, that one I was too far away for. I accept that I missed that. But it's the ones where the icon is literally right there in my face. I press the correct button, and it's like, nah, no. Maybe you weren't actually correct enough.
Back again.
Like, look at that specific spot there. I guess I moved, like, 1 frame out of alignment or something. I'm gonna top off my health to be on the safe side. Yeah, that's what I expected to happen. It's those fast attacks that he's starting to do more of. keep catching me. Yep, it's the same problem as the mace attacks on the parade guy. I'm just not able to get a word in edgewise anymore. Got him.
I demanded the truth. Now I feel bad for my comrade.
I don't know, somebody was in there at least. Now there's blood on my hands. Real blood. Not just oil.
Finally, we meet.
Hey, Amber.
It's a dream come true. Seeing you like this. I understand why some people despise me. I invented the puppets after all. I should take responsibility as their maker. But in order for me to do that, I need to take care of the puppets at City Hall.
How you doing, Amber?
Won't you help me, son? Take this. You'll find it most useful.
I feel that. Ooh. We got Mad Donkey's stuff and the Enigma assembly tool. Which does what? Right now. Ah, now I can actually do weapon modifying. Okay. So I was right in that I had to wait. Okay. I mean, yeah. It's just too good. I have to. It's too good. Oh yeah, we never did put that amulet I found on. Oh, what do you know? Raises my max health. That probably would have helped. Well. Da-da-da-da-da-da. What else you got from me, old man?
I want to hear all about your experiences. But now isn't a good time. Use the Stalker's key to open the bridge door. Then get rid of the frenzied puppets that have seized City Hall. We'll catch up at Hotel Krat when you're done.
Now hang on. If you were gonna go take care of them, why is it suddenly my job to do it? Shouldn't you, you know, help with that so you actually take responsibility instead of foisting the responsibility off on me? Eh? No? Okay. Why am I not surprised? Well, at least there's a save point right on the other side of this door. I know. Krat City Hall. Still cloudy morning. Got more men with swords hanging about.
So about that weapon assembly
There we
tool
go.
you were talking about. If you find any more weapons, let's try using them here.
Ah, now I can do the assembly. But I have to do it here. Understandable, Jay. You have a good night. Thank you for being here. Maybe not all of them, but we're figuring some things out. And now we can make our own, using a combination of the available parts. Which means I can make some weird, stupid nonsense, probably. Like, if I take the Saber's blade and put it on the electric coil stick's handle... Still a sword. It scales pretty poorly with technique, but decently with motivity and decently with advance. It ends up with a 50% damage reduction. It has Storm Slash and Rush Smash, so it's really aggressive, but uses a lot of energy to use it. My mind keeps blanking on the name for that stuff, and it is Fable. That's what it is. This item is already assembled on another weapon. I know. Take it away and put it on the... I want to see what happens with this. How does this weapon work now? It's in my other hand. It actually makes a little bit more sense connected together than I thought it would. I really expected that to look dumb, and it still looks a bit dumb. And instead of being a saber, it kind of became a katana almost. So that's a thing. How did the... It's interesting that it lost the electric damage. The handle, I guess, isn't... Well, yeah, the damage is all stored in the head, not in the handle, dum-dum. Of course that worked out that way. What was I thinking? Yeah, this is one of the features of the game that really got my attention to this game in the first place, is being able to assemble your own weapons. Just go ahead and take these apart. Just give me all the parts. So if I take that, and I stick it on... Actually, it might be interesting to put it on the rapier handle, because then I can use the guard parry, which might be an interesting trick. Problem is, then it's scaling purely off of technique, and that's what had me interested in this, though, is the fact that you can then take any weapon type and make it scale how you want it. Which is a huge game changer for this type of game. Because usually you'd be stuck with only a handful of weapon types because of the stat you chose to focus on. Because, say, a greatsword would not scale with your stats at all if you went primarily magic and dexterity. But now, we have options. Now we can do dumb things and have it work. Popular man today, apparently. Hey there, Spanky. Thank you for the raid. Let me get you shouted out while I'm sitting here and doing weapon assembly and trying to understand things. Hey there, Violet. How you been doing? There's the Spanky shout-out. There he is. There's the man himself. So far, so good. I was just explaining why I was excited about the ability to reassemble weapons in this game instead of having them only be whatever weapon you find. Because of the fact that you can modify the scaling so you can actually use what you wish instead of anything else. Oh, you were playing Goat Simulator today. I'm glad to hear that, Violet. I think you'll have a good time with it. I've been having a rough go of it, but I've also been out of the Souls-like game for a bit, and it's not ridiculously difficult, but it definitely knows what it wants to do, and what it wants to do is put you in the floor. Hey there, Adrians. Welcome in, everybody. I'm just doing weird science with weapon parts. So I wanted to still use the electric coil. That's fair. You know me, I wander around a lot. So I've wandered away because there hasn't been new ones that caught my eye that I've been able to get my hands on. This one, of course, showed up on Game Pass, and I was absolutely already interested in it from the demo back in March anyway. Now, I could use the Greatsword Blade. I could make a Dexterity Greatsword, which would be just hilarious to me. Which those existed anyway, but... You know what, let's toy with that idea. Because you can freely disassemble and reassemble these as much as you want, and the individual parts upgrade separately. So you don't have to worry about upgrading a weapon and then not having it work out. So you could try whatever silly nonsense you want. Which, since you do a lot of challenge stuff, you might be able to find a way to do a nonsensical challenge run for it. Understandable. We did just hit a pretty decent plot point just before you got here, so you had good timing. Hope you have a wonderful day, my dude. It's always good to see you. Huh. That actually... These somehow keep working out, though the fact that I'm stabbing with this doesn't make sense, but you know what? We'll work with that. But design-wise, that actually looks mostly sensible. Good. Nope, wrong side again. Keep touching the electric fence every time I don't realize which side is the button. But for all those coming in, we are a puppet. All of these folks running around are puppets that have gone mad because at some point there just was a puppet frenzy and they all went wild. And that's about the size of our current situation. We're making our way through as best we can to figure out what even is happening here. We were just told that there's a concentration of them in City Hall that needs to be dealt with. So that's our current target. We just got done dealing with a gentleman that's very anti-puppet, for understandable reasons. And that's why we're running around wearing his hat, because it's a very funny hat. Which, I will say, Fashion Souls is very alive and well in this game, because armor doesn't have stats in this game, so you can wear whatever you want and it doesn't matter. So I can just put on a silly hat and not have to worry about throwing myself under the bus to wear it. Or at the very least, none of the armor I've seen so far has had stats. Maybe something might have a weird bonus somewhere, but... you never know. Throw that over there. Oh, so that's how Link Slash works. Neat. Hadn't used that one till now, because I didn't use the Greatsword. And now we've stuck it on here, and we're just stabbing with it like it's a rapier. That's never gonna stop being funny to me. Huh. Well, that's weird. Just gonna take that and walk away like we didn't see that. Keep. Hey. Okay, that just... oh, that was the one I zapped myself with a minute ago. Okay. We should probably try out this weapon again. See how it performs after the change. It almost feels a little bit slower? Yeah, no, it definitely is slower. Oh! We need to change this. We need to change this right now. I just understood something that I feel like I should have understood immediately and didn't. Because the answer is obvious. The moveset is dictated by the handle. The damage is dictated by the blade. So by using a club's handle, I've given my good weapon the club moveset, which is not what I want. So let's just quickly take that apart and pretend that didn't happen. You would think I would have processed that when I was stabbing with the greatsword blade moments ago, but it didn't fully hit me yet. Which means I also don't want to use the greatsword handle then, so I guess it's back to using the regular handle for this. Besides, using the greatsword's handle would... Actually, no, it wouldn't change the damage at all right now, because our motivity and our technique are the same, so it's shifting one grade up and one grade down in both directions equals out. So I guess we'll just make this back into the plain puppet saber for now, till we get another weapon. It is worth experimenting with the idea of doing that, though. If for nothing else, just because I'm curious to see how that goes together. Because the handle on the Electro Zappy stick is really long. So if it's on a short handle, yup, it looks as silly as I thought it would. I'm gonna get you. This thing looks dumb, but I love it. It has no reach at all. Hey there, Tiny. Welcome to me learning that I can assemble my own weapons and regretting my life choices with them. Because I've got the greatsword that stabs, and now the club that swings like a greatsword, but with the reach of a knife. I've been given things I shouldn't have control of. That's what happened. But on the bright side, today's been going fantastically well. How are things for you? Like, look at this thing. This should not be used this way. Meanwhile, there's this thing. Which, for context, normally has a handle the same color and style as it, but like twice the length as this greatsword handle is. So it actually usually has some reach. Instead, it's just a little pokey stick now. Because a crazy guy tried to kill me that had a donkey hat, and I took his hat. So I am become donkey. I've also got a grappling hook arm. No. No. Yeah. Sneak, 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 sneak. Oh, he saw me. Sad. I was gonna see what the fatal attack on this looked like. Sad. Yeah, right before you got here, pretty much, Tiny, we discovered the item I needed in order to do weapon assembly. So now I can mix and match all of the parts of weapons I found so far. And stupidity has ensued. To probably no one's surprise. Like, that was one of the core features that they advertised for the game, so I was getting worried when I hadn't seen it yet. But I'm happy that it is here now, and I get to do dumb things with it. My interest in the game has been reinvigorated. And I gotta, once again, thank everybody that's been dropping in, either from raids or at all, for supporting my stupidity today. I appreciate that. Will you be my friend? Everyone is gone. I'm all alone now. Well, that's just sad. Let's just move away from that sign right after me being grateful for everybody. We just find the saddest tree on the face of the planet. I really don't think I want to deal with that guy. But at the same time, he's got shiny things, and I like shiny things. Well, I'm gonna have to deal with him, apparently. Eh. Wait, he's missing a head. Nice, I at least got the guard parry counter off with my weapon's ability. Can't help but notice that this is still not doing much damage to him. Maybe this will do better. Get him with the cattle prod. Eh. Poke. I feel like I'm just annoying him to death right now. Poke. Poke, poke. I'm trying to get the backstab off to see if that'll kill him quicker, but it really doesn't seem to be working. Go ahead, punch me. There we go, recharged my heal enough that we're good. Ow. Ow. I tried to readjust my guard to time it better, and it did not work out. Ow, again. There we go. That's why I don't like fighting those, is because no matter what I hit them with, they seem to take quite the beating.
No survivors here. What do we do? Just give her that baby puppet?
Yep. That's exactly what I expected. Is we found a woman in the previous area that wanted us to bring her back her child because they were separated because she needed to be quarantined for a disease. And, they said their child was here. I think it's safe to say nothing here's alive. So that's not ideal. We might end up just bringing her a broken puppet and being like, yeah, here, this is all we could find. Oh yeah, and you're gonna love how we sharpen our weapon, by the way. Just gonna sharpen it with my elbow. Sharpen my mace too. There we go. That's my other favorite thing with this so far, is how silly that looks. And yes, I did just poke his sword hard enough that I snapped it in half. You did see that, right? Ooh. Use a star fragment at the Crack's Calling next to the boss area to summon a specter. It will help your character in the boss battle. Ah, okay. So I can summon an Spectre, which is the same as cooperation in other games. Okay. Go ahead and do that. I'm assuming it's gonna be like a Ghost Geppetto, probably. Since he said he was gonna help. And I'm gonna guess they only actually appear in the actual boss arena, so we won't worry about that quite yet. Because we are ragged right now. We are in pieces. Puppet Destroyer's Amulet. I mean, that is what I've been doing. What does it do? Increased damage inflicted on puppets. Okay. You know what? Does exactly what it said on the tin. I don't know why I expected anything else. I thought for a second we were actually wearing the amulets, but I don't think we are. I saw something blue as I turned to the side, but I think that's just the ascot. Or whatever that cloth is that we're wearing. The nearest save point was not exactly close, though. So that could be a problem. We did open a shortcut, but I don't know how good it actually is. It's over here, and the save point... Oh no, that's actually pretty good. That should be a bit easier. Paying no mind to the fact that there's a couple dead swordsmen in the path. It'll be fine. We can also go do some upgrading before we deal with that. It even shows the doll there to tell us, like, hey, you need to go turn that in. And I kind of just don't want to right now, if I'm honest. I don't know if I want to deal with that situation. I wonder if the petrification disease and the puppets are related. Because they had to use weird blue crystals that they call Ergo to power the puppets. I wonder if exposure to Ergo is what caused people to get the petrification disease. It would make sense.
I know my way around a weapon.
No, they'll also let me assemble weapons here while I upgrade. That's very convenient. And as funny as this is, let's disassemble this because it's not good. It is definitely not a good weapon. Let's put the wacky stick back together properly. Because that's just better. And this will also allow me to show people how it was supposed to look. Before I mangled it into what it became. This is what it normally was. You'll notice it's not that much longer, but it does have just that little bit more reach that it needs to be a functional weapon. And it's also interesting to note that now it has its electric blitz attack back. Which is basically just electric damage in this game. So it's interesting that it lost its elemental damage when it was separated from its other half. At least I think it did. Let me quickly disassemble it again and check that before I start saying that and lie to myself and everyone else. No, it did still have it. I could have swore it didn't when I checked the stats on it. Let me verify this. Yeah, no, it does still have its electric blitz attack. Okay, I'm just talking out of my ass, don't mind me. I mean, this is the only thing left, so we just basically made an S-Stock. We made a great rapier, which is more or less what that is. Does this even work? I mean, yeah. More or less. This is also a way for us to see how the fatal attack on this weapon looks. Okay, similar to what the sabers looked like before, just heavier. I don't know if we've seen this one's fatal attack yet either. Oh yeah, we have seen that. And it's basically the same. So, only the stabbing weapon has a different one, more or less, so far. And that's just impale and move on. Yeah, so I want to upgrade the blade on this, considering this has been serving me pretty well.
I know my way around a weapon.
We can also alter the scaling on handles using cranks, but we don't have any of the cranks yet. There we go. Now that's +1 as well, which makes it significantly stronger, because it already had a decent bit of attack on it. And I know I probably seem like I'm spending a lot of time focusing on that, but that's because it's just very interesting to me that it works that way. Because you don't see that very often. I should raise my capacity so we stop being so heavy. So that's another thing I appreciate, that capacity is just a stat in and of itself. And it very heavily affects your carrying capacity, so you can actually get that fixed up quickly. Like, you'll notice each point I put into it is 3 weight at a time, instead of in some games where it'd be like you gain 1 weight because it's also affecting like 8 other stats, and it's all just spread out so thin that it doesn't mean anything. It's also raising our physical defenses, which can't hurt to have go up a bit. So we'll go ahead and bump that up to there. Okay. Used to be we'd level up through the Stargazers, but once we got here, she's been taking care of it directly instead of through the Stargazers. Now, that is still one issue, is because of the Greatsword Blade on this, it is much heavier. So we are still going to remain heavy no matter what I do. But at least we're only slightly heavy instead of very heavy. But I will admit I've been starting to give up on dodging in this game, which is a weird change for me. Just because dodging seems shockingly ineffective sometimes. I'm just gonna open this just so it stops showing me, hey, that you haven't used the storage yet. Okay. Now we'll be in good shape to go do a boss fight. And this is when I find out that my weapons do in fact still suck because of what I've done to them. And then we get bodied. But science. Science. And I will say, in the end, today's probably going to be a one-off for now for this game, just because I'm going to have to do some work to to get us in a better position to run it better, so it stops having those weird moments that have been upsetting me. Though it does seem to have cleaned up again. I think the area we were in before was part of the problem. Like a reasonably big part of the problem. My Blake Town joke might have been more accurate than I intended it to be. Oh no, your sword. What a tragedy. Joined in death. Okay. It didn't reactivate, so presumably it still counts as active. Knock knock. At least we won't be alone in fighting whatever this is for a change. That doesn't look good. Oh, hi! You know, that is really not the face I expected to see after those hands. Spider cop. Spider cop. Yep. Hate this. Hate everything about this. That ghost is wielding an umbrella. I have such respect for our Spectre friend with his umbrella. Ow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. He has thankfully given me so many opportunities to get some real work done on this thing, though. He is not long for this world at the rate he's going, though. It looks like the Spectre can heal a bit, back up just like everybody else can. I got swindled on that one. Damn it! I saw the health bar turn silver, so I tried to finish getting the stagger, but I didn't do it right. And immediately paid for it. Well, that was unfortunate. Still, that fight might not actually be that bad. That fight might not actually be that bad at all. I don't want this weapon for that fight, though. It might be worth having our original starting weapon back for that. The idea is to have a weapon I'm a little bit more comfortable using. And one with a wider attack radius. Because I don't know if you caught it, but some of the times when I jabbed with this, I ended up going underneath it and missing. Because my attack angle is very narrow, and he's lifted up off the ground a bit. So I would attack, like, between his arms, or when I was behind him, obviously, between his legs. Which would be a very dangerous attack if he was a little bit lower to the ground. Just chop his robits off. Okay, we do have to pay another star fragment to awaken a Spectre every time. Good to know. That Spectre was very helpful, so I'm absolutely down for that. Link Slash definitely did a lot of work, though, so I think I'll open with that once it's charged, and then I'll swap. God, the way this thing moves is so cool, but also horrifying at the same time. Like, the more I look at it, the less I like it, and the more I like it at the same time. Like, it is upsetting, but it's also really cool. Oh, wow. I like that even less. I like that it did that even less. The cannonball move is a no. Oh, ow, ow. Speaking of no, ow, please. Ow. Well, that sucked. Oh, he is just going ham on that Spectre now. Yeah, I can't imagine why he'd vanish after that. God damn. He just went to town on the poor boy. Kind of like that, yeah. That's a perfect example. Thank you for the demonstration. Oh my god. Ow, 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 ow. Getting really tired of being treated like ragdoll. Ow. Well, this went from going really well to going really badly suddenly. Yep, there it is. Wow. Did not like that. Did not like that at all. These things always get, like, super mad in their second half of their health bar, and that one is clearly no exception. He was pissed. Like, he was big mad. I almost want to hunt down a few more enemies just to build up the Fable to do my Link Slash again. So I don't think we'll have full charge for it when we get there. No, we definitely won't. We're barely getting anything out of these guys. You know what? That was rude of me to do that, but boy did that look good. Broke his sword, grappled his forehead, and just brought him to pieces. I do get some of my Fable back when I pick up my Ergo, so there's that. Like, that combo just looked brutal. I have a scheme. I don't know if it'll work, but I have a scheme. Okay, that does work. I can use the guard parry on him. I'll stab you in the butt. It's alright, I'm stabbing you in the butt. What you gonna do about it? He's doing the windmill. If you get hit, it's your fault. Oh, that's not good. Hey, leave him alone. I need that. No. Of course you went for that again immediately. Gotcha. Oh, he's about to get me, though. Damn it. The problem is, he's very hard to get away from because of how close I have to be able to hit him because of how he's designed. He has a lot of reach, but since he's so tall and spindly, I have to get in pretty close to be able to reach those limbs to actually hit him. The screwed up thing is, I feel like this might actually be an easier fight than the Parade Master was. I just need to get the right lineup to it to beat him. Because each of these fights have, at their face value, been really nasty. But if I figure out the right timing to do a few of my moves, I'll rip right through him. You know, patterns are everything to these fights to begin with, but as we've seen with the last two fights, if you just get just the right lineup for everything, you will just kill them in, like, 4 good hits, and it's ridiculous. Whereas ordinarily your attacks feel like they do nothing to them, and it's a little weird. And I have to assume part of it's the build I've ended up with being weird, and part of it is the fact that this game is designed to be done a certain way, and I'm not entirely connecting with that certain way. We definitely need to work with the fact that we have that Spectre, for sure. That didn't work. Wow. He just went ham immediately on me, and I had no response at all. Like, I tried to do the counter, and I guess I missed it by a frame, because it looked like he was gonna hit me during the animation, and then suddenly I just got slapped. And then he just kept going. So that was a waste of a Spectre, but, you know. I don't understand why I was so staggered there. That was weird. His weapon broke, so he should have been more confused than I was, but I just couldn't move. I'd be more worried about burning a heal already, but we haven't even been able to use all of our heals most of the time, because he just rips through an entire health bar before I know what's happening. It's a good thing we have a lot of these. Too early. Ah, he was too far. At least I blocked it. It just wasn't a great block. Oh no. No, don't clobber my Spectre. Dang it. Oh, no, 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 no. I keep blocking it, but not the way I want to. That's not an unblockable move, but for some reason I keep getting caught on it anyway. Even though I'm actively blocking. Oh, no, 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 no. No monkey smash. No. Gotcha. Okay, you know what? Fair play. You got me too. It's only fair we trade. Yep, that goes right through a good chunk of my block. I should have dodged, but I couldn't tell the timing. So I did learn something, though. It appears that he is actually weaker to piercing than he is to slashing. Because when I was using the saber, I noticed I wasn't hurting him as much. Or at least it didn't seem like I was. Whereas every stab of this sword is doing quite a bit. So despite the attack range, that's why I've been using this still, instead of swapping like I had said I was going to. And the only thing we have is an Electro Blitz Abrasive, so we can't use that to give myself an advantage at all either, considering he is very clearly electrical. So I doubt I'd be doing any more damage by hitting with electricity. If anything, I might just make him stronger. Which wouldn't really help. Just in case anybody was wondering, that wouldn't help. Those couple good counters I got, though, were very helpful. Too early. The good news is if I use it too early and don't get the counter, it doesn't actually use it up. Which is very nice of the game, honestly. Nope, too early again. Too early again. And that ain't gonna work on that one. You know what? You have that. You have that and you enjoy that. Hey. Nope, I can't stagger him enough. Damn it! Ugh. I could see the problem coming, but there was nothing I could really do to stop it at that point. I think I know what I need to do, though. I think when he goes into that silver health bar, I need to switch weapons. I need to switch to the saber to stagger him to get that fatal attack in. Because the stabbing is just not staggering him enough. Look at you blocking the hook. You missed. Pity I can't have their sword. I could do with more swords. More swords for me to mix and match and make horrible things out of. Missed it. Got it. Poor guy didn't even know what happened. I guess in some ways that'd probably be better for him, all things considered. There we go. Got through there cleanly this time. Really burning through the star fragments, though. Just bear in mind, we started fighting this thing with like 18 or 19 of these, and we've now gone down to 9. So we've fought him 9 times. One of which was an instant loss. The rest we've at least gotten somewhere with the fight. I think I need to stop messing around with the counter so much, though. As effective as it is when it works, I feel like it's a bad call on the whole. Because the problem is, that is canceling my blocking. Damn it, he ran. How do you dodge that? Damn it. I don't know how to take advantage of when he's almost staggered. He never seems to finish being staggered. Even when I hit him with the other weapon, it just didn't do enough. What do I need to do? Get a goddamn sledgehammer and pop him upside the forehead with it? Sadly, I don't have one. Closest I've got's the electric mace, and that clearly ain't gonna do much to him. On the bright side, we are slowly gaining Ergo, I think, just by killing these soldiers over and over and over again. Which, I gotta say, you would really think they would have considered the problems of making puppet soldiers. In the event of them going rogue like they have, they would then have an army of angry, well-armed robots looking to kill them all. Like, worker bots going rogue is one thing. That's still dangerous, but not as bad. And for those wondering, yes, I was purposely just sitting there trying to tank it to buy the Spectre time to do his thing and actually get some damage in. That was a rude move by the game there, combining those two together. Because there was just nothing I could do about that. Top off my health so I can start regenerating energy for it. Oh, hell. Weapon's almost broke. God damn it. I went in because usually he only does 3 on that one, and he just kept going. This is exactly what I mean, though. Every time one of these fights goes past a certain point, it all starts falling apart for me. I start running out of everything I use to make sure the fight goes properly. Once I'm out of resources, the fight starts slipping out of my hands. Not to mention the ever-present issue I keep talking about of impatience. I would like to get this fight done before I end today, but we'll see about that. At the current rate it's going, it's not looking the best. There is an argument to be made where I could go back and level up a little bit, as we do have enough for at least 1 level. But I don't know how much 1 more level will do for us. Let's go in with full durability this time and see if that helps. The Spectre definitely makes a big difference for this fight. But I think the way I've been starting out, where I'm actively trying to keep it alive, isn't working out. Because I end up taking a lot of stupid damage trying to keep its attention on me. I also really can't control who it's paying attention to anyway. So attempting to draw its aggro seems like a waste of time and energy. Okay, he switched targets again. That move where he just goes 8 is such a problem. Are you fucking kidding me? Using it that range? Die, you monster! Got him. Of course, no sooner do I say, it's gonna take a while for this to work out, I get him the next try. I gotta remember the world wants to make a liar out of me. I should say things like that more often. Whew. Look at the way the ears wiggle when we're using the Stargazer. We got core. Key part to activate the P-organ. Activating the P-organ allows quartz to be equipped. The P-organ is the quintessence of the brilliant craftsman Geppetto's puppet skills. Rare parts are necessary to develop a device like that. So I presume now we can go back to Geppetto and he can make us something. And at the very least, we can report to Geppetto, hey, we beat up the big, scary monkey cop that was crunching people and electrifying them. Okay, old man, where are you? I see Sophia, and I'll deal with her in a second.
Wow, cool part you got there. Come here for a sec, would you?
Oh, she wants to talk to me about it. Oh, hang on. I want to find the old man first. He's got some splaining to do. There's the old lady. I figured the old lady and the old man would have been near each other, but perhaps not. There doesn't appear to be like a workshop room other than the one we were already at. Is he up here somewhere? Damn it, old man, why are you hiding from me? This is when I just missed him in a very obvious spot. Oh no, there he is. He's behind the desk.
Ah, you've returned. Forgive a sentimental father for worrying about his son.
Well, maybe if you helped, you
Always
wouldn't have
remember
as much to worry about.
that you're precious to me. Even when I ask you to do something dangerous. Speaking of which, there's a factory just beyond the Elysian Boulevard. It's packed with countless puppets. My friend, the inventor Venini, went to stop them, but he never came back. Please, go save him and shut down the factory.
Okay, keep that in mind. Vanini. Similar to Paganini.
P-organs are the source of your powers. Collect quartz to get the strength you need. Remember, the hotel is the last safe place in Krat. It's our only refuge in a city full of perils. It'll be extremely dangerous if anyone has ill intentions. Be careful who you tell about this place, especially if they're stalkers or alchemists. Be wary of dangerous people. And always be a good boy to me.
Uh-huh. Always listen to me and nobody else. Yeah, fucking right. Ooh, it's a skill tree. Enables another dodge in the middle of dodge motion. Increases the maximum number of charged Fable slots. Increases staggerable time. 4 more pulse cell uses. 4 pulse cells is good enough for me, I think. I like the idea of double dodge. That, I think, will actually make the dodge worth it to me? Oh, and I can add additional things to this, too. Ooh. I I am getting more and more interested in this game every time they open up a new system in it to me. I kind of wish they had all of these available to start, but I also understand that would be information overload, and it would bog down the start of the game a lot. I think for now, I'm going to activate lower damage when my pulse souls are discharged, and... oh, I can only have one of each type. Okay. I was going to put lower damage while dodging and lower damage while discharged. Since we're putting it into a defensive move, it made sense to have them primarily be defensive. And there's not a regular attack damage one. Let's go ahead and enhance our Fable Arts, because I use them more than I use Fatal Attacks, because Fable Arts I can control when they happen, whereas I need to stagger an enemy to use the Fatal Attack, and that doesn't always happen. So that's very helpful. So I guess he doesn't make me things out of
the city
that.
Of Krat. It's probably not how you remember it, eh?
So we were awake before.
Ask me any questions, and I'll fill in the gaps.
Go ahead and tell me about everything.
Works is the puppet's main base. It's a factory where they manufacture more of themselves. Venini himself went to stop them, but I'm worried. He's an industrialist, not a fighter. Rescue Venini and shut down his factory. That will deny the puppets their reinforcements.
He does have a responsibility to stop them, though, so I respect that he went for it. Provided he actually went to stop them and didn't just say he was going to do that to go do evil things instead.
The cathedral is famous for its wise and kind Archbishop, Andreas. He offers sanctuary to countless refugees there. The thing is, I've lost touch with him. Perhaps no news is good news, but I'm a suspicious sort.
You're also
And
clipping
if the
through your
puppet
shirt.
pushed towards the cathedral, it could be devastating. Go save the Archbishop and the refugees before it's too late.
Sounds like we have some choices to make coming up.
I don't know what's happening in the Malum district. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood seized the neighborhood. That's all I know. It was always a run-down neighborhood, but it's descended into anarchy, or worse. I'm hearing rumors of monsters rampaging through the district. Those
Monsters.
poor people. They need your help, son.
I'm going to address the monsters thing for a second. Because there's a few options. We saw something jump away from the train car that was damaged when Jiminy was talking about the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. We couldn't get a good look at what that was, but it jumped in a very inhuman way. So, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood might have experimented in a way that's modified themselves, and that's the monsters? Or there's misshapen puppets, kind of like what we just fought, running around, and that's what people are calling monsters. Or there's actual monsters. Because, you know, things can't keep... things will always find a way to get worse. I guess is what I'm getting at.
Rosa Isabel Street is a stronghold of the puppets. It's a hunting ground where the most dangerous puppets roam. I believe it's the epicenter of the puppet frenzy. After all, I detected the strongest wave of ergo there. Especially for someone as precious as you. It's a perilous place. And when you walk a dangerous path, my son, it's best to take it one step at a time.
Makes sense. Interesting, though, that a place like that...
Get from City Hall to the factory with the key I just gave you. Venini gave me that key. And now he's missing. Rescue him if you can.
We'll see what I can do. But as I was saying, it's odd that a place like that is specifically where all of the issues sprouted from. And the fact that he said that he got strongest readings from there, I wonder...
I picked up traces of high-powered energy originating far away. That's one mystery solved. Why don't we make a Legion arm with it? Mr. Vanini is the expert when it comes to Legion arms, but I'm pretty sure I can make one. The puppets get fried easily by electricity. If you use an electric Legion arm, it'll make your life easier.
So that's what the stuff we got from that thing grants us. It got us a new arm. Alright. A Legion arm that holds powerful electricity. It accumulates electric blitz and discharges an electric shock. Lightning has been interpreted as God's authority and fury since ancient times. Now God's fury descends to the earth and is being used to destroy steel monsters. It starts with Fulminous. It can gain movable charge. Continuous small sparks from the hand inflict damage while charging electric blitz and increase the max level of charge. I'm definitely interested in using this. I like my hook, but the idea of basically having magic at my fingertips is
You're going to
enticing.
The factory to save Mr. Vanini, right?
Yes.
He's the richest man in Krat.
Hey,
A
nodded.
little eccentric, maybe, but a good person. I heard he went to shut the factory down. I hope he's safe. I wouldn't want to lose my best customer. I know my way around a weapon.
What else you got to say about him?
Vanini is the richest man in Krat. His company manufactures most of Krat's exports. He's, peculiar, but a good-hearted man. Even though he's rich, he treats every employee with respect.
That is a rarity.
I heard he went to shut the factory down.
You said that
Hope
before.
He's safe. I wouldn't want to lose my best customer.
Okay. She doesn't have anything else to say about that. We didn't gain any new weapon parts, I don't think. Yeah, because we don't have a new weapon, so I presume that we don't have any new weapon parts. But we got a new arm. Let's go test that out here. Oh. Oh, wow, that's real good for staggering, it looks like. Okay. Okay. Zzz. Ah, zzz. I just gotta remember that the range on it's pretty short. I was kind of hoping it would, like, throw, like, an actual bolt of electricity out in front of me. But it being, like, a close-range tase is also not a bad thing. Actually, I should test something about that, now that I say that. Okay. I can't, like, weave it into a combo easily, but it does weave in a little bit. Because that was an important question, is like, how quickly can I pull that out mid-attack? So what did you have to say about all this?
Have a moment to talk. You must understand. The city is on its deathbed. The petrification disease spreads too fast, and the puppets rampage everywhere. Nobody knows what caused the disaster. Everyone in Krat is just trying to survive. That's why I found you. Our only hope, Geppetto's puppet. We're both unique. I am able to wield the power of Ergo. Power I used to call on you. That's all I can say for now. Please, save Krat.
I've got a lot of questions based on that sentence. Specifically, one, why are you so unique in that you can control this power? Two, what else can you do with it? Three, why did I need to be called upon in the first place? Why was I not awake and active? Did the same thing that created the puppet frenzy shut me down?
Use my power to help you.
Like, there's a lot of questions there. This is probably a good time to get our advance caught up a bit, since it affects elemental damage, and specifically legion damage. Raise our motivity up a bit. So I want to keep moving those ahead of everything else, because that's just how I do. I am aggressive, therefore I want my attacking stats to be my highest stats. But I'm trying to keep everything even-ish until I know what matters most. Which right now, it seems like every stat actually is relatively important. And it looks like this arm in particular scales the most off of motivity and advance, with a little bit of technique as well. And it actually does a lot of damage. 216 is nothing to sneeze at. And I assume it goes higher when I charge it more. Do you have anything new in your shop? You do not. I'm buying some sawtooth wheels. Actually, is it weird? Does he have less in his shop now? Oh wait, no. I'm remembering the Wanderer's shop, not his. I will buy a couple of these, actually. Because these have actually proven to be useful. They're good for getting rid of guys I can't reach. And I know I said I wanted to at least win that fight before I stop, but I think I'll actually keep going for a little bit longer. I'm just going to get up for just a moment. So I'll be right back. Okay. Once more into the bridge. I didn't bother running an ad because I knew I was genuinely not going to be long more than a few seconds. And I didn't want to come back mid-ad and then want to move on. No, I'll drop that off at a future point. I'm not going to drop that off right now. Because I'm probably not going to go super long compared to now. I just want to at least see the new area and do a little bit with our new stuff. Especially because I'm curious to see if the performance issues we were experiencing in a couple areas continues in the new area. If they don't, then this game's more likely for me to keep going with. If they do, then I will do an experiment, and if it fixes it, the game might still get to continue. don't know why this is still showing as new. Venini's Guide. Dear citizens of Krat, the factory has been occupied by the puppets. Whatever the cause, the Venini Company is responsible for it. I, Lorenzini Venini, am going alone to stop those devils. The factory is very dangerous now. Stay out of it and keep safe. The rest I'll leave to Mr. Geppetto, whom I trust more than anyone. God save us all. Regards, Lorenzini Venini. It's a hell of a name. More importantly, where the hell's this door that I was given a key for? Presumably this way. Yeah, that looks like a door that needs a key. Yep.
Here it is. Venini Works. Everything you see here belongs to Venini, the classiest playboy and most brilliant inventor in Krat. Just ask him. Not just puppets. Almost every machine and tram in Krat is supplied from here. You gotta be curious about the guy. What kind of person is he? I wish we could find him.
Well,
That is,
we're trying.
if he's still kicking.
That's always a question. He's holding a pipe of some kind, so it's another different type of enemy. It almost looked like a chimney sweep, which is why I destroyed him with extreme prejudice immediately. I didn't want to get stabbed with a chimney brush again. Which I'm still not even sure why that's so effective. Miracle Cure. Buy the miracle medicine here. The alchemist is Clark Shore, also known as Dr. Cure-All, has succeeded in making a cure for the horrible plague that has spread through Krat. Made from unicorn horn, blood of a two-headed snake, and boiled down mandrake, Clark Shore has tested it himself and confirmed that it completely cures the plague. The blue plague is not a divine curse. Don't be afraid anymore, or come see Dr. Cure-All, Clark Shore. Prices may vary as it is a limited item. Well, that's snake oil if I ever heard it. Quite literally, considering it involves the parts of a two-headed snake. Hello, madam. Goodbye, madam. Hello again. Ow. Well, those are upsetting. Don't like Mr. Big Wheel over there either. Yep, had a feeling. That's why I was walking, in the hopes that I didn't fall through it. Like maybe walking would, you know, not break the boards. How did he attack faster than I did out of that? Come on. Well, we're off to a great start in the new area, eh? The bastards have teamed up with the workshop and the Alchemist of the Isle, and, well... Curse you, solid-state drive! Loading it too quickly! I actually wanted to read that. Oh, hey, it went from foggy morning to foggy day. Oh. I think I'm starting to understand something here. I'm going to bet that there's going to be timed events, and doing plot events moves time forward. Because it was foggy morning up until we met Geppetto. Oh, well, up until we dealt with the fight here, rather. It was still morning after we had found Geppetto. Unless maybe our interaction with him and having our organ worked on is what moved time along, which would admittedly make sense. We'd probably be down for a little bit, having our heart worked on. Okay, so there's dropping attacks in this game. Now we know that that breaks. Shit. Well, that didn't work. Where? Oh, he actually wanders. I thought he was a stationary enemy. So we just happened to get really unlucky with where he was. Oh, we had a jackpot of Ergo for a moment there. Don't mind me, I'm not here. You don't see me. I'm assuming he would throw things at me, so I'm very happy to obliterate him. Vivid Ergo Fragment. Okay, very good. Got some kind of axle with a wheel on it, I guess? Something like that? Yeet. He just doesn't care. Yeet. Hey. 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 He just does not care. Should probably throw something bigger at him. See if he cares. Whee! Yeah, no, he just doesn't give a damn. I'm gonna assume he just doesn't care because he can't get to me up here. There we go. He's been lowered to a reasonable amount of health. And hell with it. Why did that one not count? If that other one had counted, he'd be dead. Yeah, I was definitely right to destroy that other guy. Considering these guys throw explosives. Oh! Bad. Bad pukey girl. You stay down there and think about what you've done. The new Pukey doll with explosive puking action. And I hate that sentence now that I've uttered it. Could you not? Another Fable Catalyst. Which I really should be using those, probably, in order to use more Fable moves. But I keep just going, it's consumable, I don't want to use it now. I definitely sound like that sometimes. Jiminy's emergency protection. Alright, you and your bombs need to stop. Bombing is my job. What part of stop bombing me did you not get? Yeah, that's why I committed to using a Fable art on you, because I knew you were going to have an army of friends, because you were in such an annoying spot. You can't trick me that easily. Another Legion magazine. I'm not sure if the alarm's going off because the puppets went mad, everything's falling apart, or yes. I'm gonna go with yes. I'm gonna hope that that's an automated message and he's not there spouting this crap right now. I feel like with my luck, he's gone mad, and he's part of the problem. Okay, we've got a foothold in the new area. Is it bad that, honestly, we got further than I expected to have in this game? Yep, that's what I thought he was gonna do. And I had a feeling the crash test dummy looking bastards were gonna get up to. Ow. Too early. You, sir, are entirely too big. You know that? If anybody was thinking I was backing up a lot to make my stuff easier to get when I invariably died to that, you'd be correct. Chain. Presume that that's important for something. Electric Blitz is effective for subduing puppets. Get out if you're not a stalker. Why didn't you eat all day? Ah, chains are a throwing item. Okay. Neat. We still haven't found a use for these rare ergos either. It says a treasure hunter may want them, so I'm kind of holding on to them. Ah, fair. Busy days will be that way. And we can't open this from this side because it's all screwed up, so that's not happening. Big Man is still a problem. Let's see if there's a different direction for us to go rather than dealing with Big Man. Yeah, also fair. Yeah, I figured this was gonna be a trap. Should I tell him his head's on backwards? Or do you think he knows? No, it doesn't matter anymore. Oh! Well, that's one way to open a safe. Salamander Dagger Blade and Salamander Dagger Handle. Hello! Open the door. Let me out. Give me my new toy. Ooh. Fire damage. Very low attack, but presumably very, very fast. Stabby. Ignite and retreating stab. Before we go crazy with changing it, let's actually try it in its base form. Oh yeah, it's a little one. Gonna shank ya. Gonna get ya. Gonna get ya. Now, there's ways to fix the reach problem. But it'll definitely do in its attack speed. Let's see if we can find a reasonable enemy to test this little thing on.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps. It's like something's gonna jump out any second.
Probably because something
It's okay,
will.
pal. Gemini's looking out for you.
So you've been doing such a great job of that so far, warning me when people are going to jump out at me. Oh wait, you haven't told me any time anybody's about to come kill me. Stupid cricket. Well, hate this. Hey, you. Come here. Come around the corner with me. Anyway. Yep. Had a feeling it was a trap. Oh, I hate everything about this. So, Jiminy, about those traps you said you were gonna warn me about, buddy. I can't help but notice you didn't say a damn thing when I was about to fall in that hole either. Some guide you are. Fire damage is definitely doing some good work here, though. He's trying to beat me up with a power pole. I really do like all of the improvised weapons and such things they're running around with in this game. What's in the fancy box? Okay, Belford shock cartridge. That might be worth it. It might have been worth falling down the hole for. Because we don't have a cartridge yet. Slightly heavier. Better defense, better disruption resistance, better shock resistance, better break resist. It's just better across the board. Just it's heavier. Well, weight has kind of gone out the window anyway, so. So I could go all in on getting a lot of frame as well. Further raise my physical defense. Does that make me heavy? It doesn't. You know what? We're rolling with it. I could also just unequip whatever weapon I'm not actively using. Unless I feel like I need to actually be hot swapping. And that lowers my weight immensely. Because for some reason it counts both of them even though one's not out. But I guess it's counting it as you, like, having it on your belt or something. Which makes sense, from a logical perspective. But the fact that we have all of those other ones in our pocket kind of puts the lie to that concept anyway. I really felt like that would have been a trap. Don't like that. I feel like that's a box full of puppets, and the second I walk over there, it's gonna drop and just start dumping puppets everywhere. Let's climb back up first, shall we? I'm definitely enjoying the attack rate of this knife. It definitely feels better than the knives did in some other Souls games. Specifically some of the mainline ones where they felt like they were terrible. Well, until you really built into them. This one's feeling decent out of the box, and that makes me happy. Moonstone. Ha! We probably could have avoided falling down there entirely if I'd either jumped or gone more to the side. Because all those traps seem to be designed about if you're walking down the middle, you get screwed. I'm going back, though, because I want to see if I can make some modification to this knife now. And let's not forget, sharpen it up with my elbow. There we go. Whee! This is going to respawn all of the dudes, which is inconvenient, but it's fine. So, of the handles I have, what do I think would work on it? I could raise the technique scaling higher, but it would lose the advanced scaling, which means the fire attack would stop getting a bonus. And the physical attack scale wouldn't go up that much more, because we're not focused into technique. Though Ignite would kind of make up for the damage increase being gone. I don't think that's the choice. This makes the weight go up and the motivity scaling go up, technique down. It gives me Rush Smash, which 6 of one, half dozen the other between Retreating Stab and Rush Smash, probably. Problem is, it will make the weapon a lot slower. So I'll lose the nice stabby stab. But that does also mean I can then take the dagger's handle and put it on something else to give it a satisfying speed increase. The thing is, this is the only other handle with advanced scaling that I have until I get a crank to give something advanced scaling. We'll try it. Worst case, it's terrible. It's basically turned into a sword now. I feel like for the damage this is going to output, the speed is going to make this atrocious, but I'm curious. I just need to find a test dummy. Hey, you. You'll be a perfect test dummy. Come here. It's actually hitting harder than it did before, I think. Stats didn't change, it just is hitting harder. Which is interesting. Oh. Oh. That's what I was hearing. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Kind of like warped forward a little bit there. That was a little rude. Now this guy's gonna be the important test. Okay, no, it isn't doing that much more damage. It's just those guys were fragile enough that it seemed like it was doing more. It's doing about the same, it's just attacking a lot slower, so it is not an improvement. It does have a bit more reach, but not good enough for the trade-off, I think. We'll go fix that. It is nice to be able to get the damage you want on the moveset you like, though. Because that's basically what this is pick your moveset and the damage type and amount you like most, and make your weapon that way. Which I appreciate. We will be putting this back to its standard form. But I feel like the Salamander Dagger is going to be sticking around for me, at the very least. I'm enjoying that. Nice bit of stabbity death. Wanted to check Discord because I can't actually see my notification numbers or anything. And I was definitely missing some messages. Oh wow, that did a lot of damage actually, yeah. So I think for the crash test dummy looking guys, I might want to actually focus on trying to use the electric attack on those. They seem especially vulnerable to it, unless I was actually hitting both of them with a knife, which I find unlikely. Which, they call this a dagger. This is definitely... it's riding the edge of short sword territory, I'd say. Which a dagger is already a big knife, so... could go either way with that one. Definitely a serious knife. Well, come on, then. Come over here. Nothing bad's gonna happen in the alley. Nothing bad happened to him in the dark alley. You're supposed to tumble. Now. Don't just hang there. Dang it. I wanted him to tumble over the railing because it would have been funny. So increasing the fire damage seems not to make a huge difference? Question mark? I'm a little confused by it. Not gonna lie. Well, he had a bad day. But it's over now. You can definitely tell, though, when a weapon is my style, because I can just rip through a crowd with it, even when it doesn't do the most damage. I can move the way I want to, and it makes me much more effective. But I got what I wanted. I got a peek into the new area, and we got to do a bit of stabbing. Which was not what I had planned on doing, because I didn't know the knife existed, but I'm very happy that we got to have it. But I think I will wrap it up here. Though I am very tempted to keep on keeping on. I'm like, I shouldn't overdo it. I also want to test sooner rather than later whether the graphics card swap will actually help this game. Because if I can get this game running completely smoothly, you know I'll be playing it more. Though I will probably still do Solar Ash tomorrow to finish it. Because I don't want to put that game off too much. I just wanted to hit this today because not only is today release day, I also really wanted to play this. You know? One of those things. We'll warp back to the hub before I end off, just so I'm in a safe spot. Everybody keeps moving around in here, and it's kind of fucking with my head a little bit. But I also want to see if I can upgrade the knife before I stop, was the other reason. Yes, I do have enough to upgrade it, and it doesn't require anything special, so absolutely make dagger stronger. Oh yeah, it goes up to 4. Ew. Oh yeah, there's separate weapon and blade because this is just a blade that's sitting there, not attached to a weapon currently. And I still don't have any of those cranks, right? Nope. Because otherwise I would probably give it an advanced crank to raise the fire attack on it even further. Which, admittedly, this dagger gives me a temptation, actually, to raise my advance further. I'm glad I raised it a bit before getting that, because I feel like without the fire attack boost, it wouldn't be doing nearly as much. But that's the advantage to my current balanced approach to leveling. Yeah, 2 points and it would raise the fire attack 3 more points, which isn't a huge amount, but it also gives us 10 more to the hand and a bunch of non-physical defense. And now that this is actually being more actively used as an attacking stat, I also have more reason to keep it up as well. And our costs aren't going up that fast compared to some Souls-likes. But I've also not been leveling as much, because I feel like leveling hasn't been as vital, I suppose is the word for it, as it feels like in Souls-likes. The weapons feel like they matter more than they do in some games. Yeah, that DPS is scary. You know, just put the knife on fire in my pocket. Oh, my pocket's on fire now. Well, that's not ideal. But I think it is time for us to go. This has definitely been fun, and I'm definitely going to come back to this if I can get it behaving entirely in a way that I'm happy with. I mean, it's behaving well enough, technically, today. Just that earlier bit kind of put me on edge with it a little bit, where it was hitching and being weird. Because I don't feel like that's a good foot forward for the game, or for me. But at least it's worked out. It ended up coming back together again. Let's see. There is surprisingly nowhere near as many people streaming this on my list as I thought there was going to be. I expected to click in and see everyone doing it. Not that I would have picked somebody that was playing it as well necessarily anyway, because they might have been further ahead and spoilers and all that. I just had an expectation. That is true. It was not super heavily pushed. That much is definitely true. Oh, time for the classic coin flip of new or old. Is like, if I hadn't seen it randomly, I think I saw it on Epic's launcher first? Randomly the one day before the demo came out on Steam? And then, of course, the demo on Steam definitely gave me the indication that I was going to be interested in this. Otherwise, I would have never paid any attention to when this was releasing or any of that. And then, here we are. So, heads we go and raid somebody old. Tails we raid somebody new. Okay, old won the toss. That rules out that one. That means we'll be raiding somebody I have raided before. It has been a while since we've raided Lane. But I don't know if I'm that interested in Guild Wars. We could stay kind of on task if we raid them. We raided them very recently, doing literally the same thing they're doing now, so that one's not on the table. So I guess coin, give me the second answer. Okay. Laney's good people anyway, so I am absolutely up for going to visit them anyway. So let's see. Schedule for the week. Tomorrow most likely will be Solar Ash unless I get this working 100%, and then I might argue with myself a bit about it. Probably gonna still be Solar Ash anyway. Thursday, Sea of Stars will continue. Friday, question mark, might even be cancelled because of the fact that Saturday is the anniversary stream that I'm going to be trying to go as long as possible for, so I may rest on Friday to build up to that. Still haven't decided that one. Probably, like I said, going to decide that Thursday based on how I'm feeling that day. But thank you all for taking the time to be here, and anyone who sent a raid in, if you're still here, thank you for that. Especially because that kind of blew my goddamn mind today. That was a lot. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add aside from you'll be good to Laney, and he's good people. Not someone I go send y'all to that often, I know, but it's also because timings don't always line up perfectly. But yeah. Absolutely. Have a good one, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Good night.